It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, July 17th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be here on a beautiful, an absolute wonderful, fantastic summer day here in New York City. I mean, this is prime summertime. Summertime. And what a day it is. Our own GC Connor Burke celebrating a 30th birthday yesterday or 31st? What is it?
30th. Let's not age me too much.
The big 3-0. I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah. New decade.
Wow. How do you feel? Tell us.
Feel great. A little depressing, putting the 20s behind me, but...
Oh, come on with this depressing. You're a young buck in the game. 30?
So I looked up Party City stuff, to try and get some gimmicks, like some glasses that were like 30 shaped. Somehow I came across something on Google, and it was like the significance of the 30th birthday. And it was just like, it signifies leaving your youth and entering middle adulthood. I was like, well, great.
Well, I've always said 30 to 40, fantastic decade. This is when you build your house, metaphorically speaking. and then 40 to 50 is when you live in the house, and then you do the landscaping, and then you really try to, enjoy the fruits of your labor. But this is when you do the building. This is when it begins. And dare I say, I mean, this is when, the serious stuff happens. I did have my first child when I just turned 30, so no pressure, but I mean, this might be time. How old was New York Rick when he had his first child? I'm going to guess a little bit older than 30, right?
I was 30.
I mean,
Great.
Frank, how about you?
I
think Frank was 18. How old were you, Frank?
I was 21.
21. Is that true?
Really putting the pressure on me then.
21, Frank.
Yeah.
Frank is the oldest kid out of everyone.
What a guy. And he's the youngest of the bunch. Who would have thought?
Mm-hmm.
Who would have thunk it?
And, of course, while we're speaking about children, we do have to say that a valued member of the team, last show before she goes off and... am I allowed to say? I don't know. Have we talked about this? We've talked about it, right? I mean, at this point,
that Band-Aid off.
Actually, last week, someone said they really enjoyed Andy's presence on the show. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh. Now she's leaving us.
I'll be back.
All right. Well, we wish you the best. Let's end on a high note. How about that? Let's go out with a bang, so to speak. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Tell them we sent you how. Use the code the MMA Hour. That lets them know. Please support them because they support us. Also, today's my dad's birthday, so a very exciting time. That's how I remember GC's birthday, one day before my dad. Not years-wise, but just day-wise.
Thanks for clarifying. Appreciate that.
And of course, we all got our happy birthday wishes in at midnight, right?
As
the clock struck 12.
Midnight.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Who did it first?
As we were all enjoying our Holly Holm main event.
This is the problem
texts.
with the text. Who did it first? This and that. It becomes a competition.
Well, that's just a Frank thing. Frank's just trying to get all the glory.
Two people doing one thing. It's a competition.
Here's the thing. If we want to get into it, I think the people are curious. Frank first, Ariel second, but then I have to give credit to Rick for showing the dedication to wait it out until the Helwani threshold ended, and he sent it the very next minute.
I abstained. Until the morning.
No, it was impressive. He actually refused to say it after 12 when we were saying it. Waited till 10:16, still 9 hours before the happy birthday text that I got. So I mean, on the power.
Well, see,
rankings.
I shifted his back because that was midnight. Everybody was texting you 10 a.m. I shifted that back.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
So you understand?
Yeah.
It shifts. I'm not in with the rest of the crowd. I don't go. I'm not trying to be first. I'm trying to be the most memorable. I'm trying to make you know that I care about you and I'm thinking about you.
I think I even got an HBD from you for the record.
Wow.
That was like
no emoji. No emoji.
I think it was just HBDAH. It was like the least amount of characters possible.
That's right.
With all this talk.
That's actually impressive. That's impressive.
I actually have a confession.
Oh, here we go.
I've been sweating it, but for Ariel's birthday, I was actually in the shower when I remembered, and my wife was brushing her teeth, and I was like, "Can you send a message to Ariel?"
Oh,
wow. You didn't even text it?
I dictated, but I did not.
Wow.
This is what is wrong with the happy birthday culture. I will not participate in this. This is what's wrong.
Wow. I wish you didn't tell me that.
Well,
Something's better left
I
unsaid.
needed to free it off of my chest.
Wow. All right. There's a lot of animosity within the team these days. I mean, on Friday, I was feeling good about myself, sharing a nice memory that I had 18 years ago visiting the Bernabeu in Madrid. And then everyone, led by GC, the birthday boy, roasting me for my very...
Said we were roasting.
I mean, it was very... I actually thought about deleting the tweet because everyone was making fun of my cool shorts.
It looked great.
Which were very much in style. You were in 4th grade back then.
You had a fantastic response. I mean...
Trust me.
Pull them up. Can we look at the shorts at least?
Trust me, the shorts were very cool back then. Look at those shorts. Those are Fred Durst, Limp Bizkit, Alien Ant Farm.
Let's go ahead and enhance those bad boys.
And by the way,
nice. Look at those.
Everyone,
Those are little boys.
listen,
pants.
everyone and their mom. Shout out to Action Bronson, rocking the New Balance. Who's rocking the New Balance back in 2005? I'm rocking the New Balance. Kawhi Leonard came after me. That's a cool look right there. That's quintessential 2005.
Just give you something to break.
It's quintessential Sandler.
That's cool. I'll take
Very
that.
Sandler-esque. And I think that's a compliment. You're a big Adam Sandler fan.
I still wear the big shorts.
Yeah.
The most impressive part of them is that they're that long and you're sitting down. So they're getting some of the pull.
Oh, they were way past the knee. Way past the knee.
Like high waters?
We can see it. If they were just a little bit tighter, it would be like, oh, Ariel's rocking capris.
Did it say on the receipt capri?
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't capri. They were just super cool, like board-esque shorts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember when
maybe
it was
a cargo. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Have you guys ever seen the TJ Ford Bucks Media Day?
Yeah.
Those are those shorts.
Listen,
I love
you can't retroactively shame someone for wearing something that was in style back then. And let me tell you what, it's going to come back in style. Now all the women are wearing the baggy pants now, the mom jeans, all that. I mean, don't get me started. All right, I was ahead of my time then. I'm ahead of my time now because it's about to become.
No, I think you were within the time frame,
and I'll be ahead of my time this time around.
Wow.
Pop up that picture
With the plaid.
Anyway, I didn't delete the tweet because I'm very proud of that picture, and I just wanted everyone to know that I was a soccer fan before it was cool to be a soccer fan. Of course, we don't talk about soccer on this show. People get very mad. The patch is back, which means that my computer is back. So shout out. We have a lot to get to on today's program. Busy week. A lot of things have happened since we last spoke. And of course, we have a nice 5-pack of guests. Back into the show, we'll recap the weekend that was as far as betting is concerned. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Mayra Bueno Silva. What a win for her. She has arrived. Yes, I know she was on a bit of a streak, but never fought in a UFC main event before, never against an opponent quite like Holly Holm. And she choked her in the second round. Very impressive fashion. Same way she got into the UFC back in 2018. Mayra Bueno Silva of American Top Team in Coconut Creek, Florida, which of course is where Amanda Nunes trained for many a year. She now says, I want to be the next Brazilian to hold that 135-pound title, and it's hard to argue against it. I suspect we'll get Raquel Pennington versus Juliana Pena in the near future, but I think there's a good shot that we get Mayra Bueno Silva, who's quite the personality, who is very entertaining and colorful and fun, and is getting very good on the microphone. She could be next for the winner of that fight and had a bit of a back and forth with Juliana. So we'll talk to her at 4:15. Prior to that, my old friend Quinton Rampage Jackson. Yes, Rampage himself will stop by. He is very slim these days. He's lost a lot of weight. No more fat jokes for Rampage. He is considering a comeback. His son is fighting. He's involved with the United Fight League. All kinds of things. He even has his own podcast, Rampage Jackson does. So stay tuned for that conversation. Everyone loves when we talk to Rampage. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Maycee Barber. You'll recall back in late June, she had the massive win over Amanda Ribas. Her 5th win in a row. Her last loss was to Alexa Grasso back in February of 2021. Alexa Grasso, now the UFC women's flyweight champion. Who knows? Grasso beats Shevchenko. Does Maycee get another crack? I mean, she's on a roll. She's coming off the win over Ribas, maybe a couple away, but she is definitely coming into her own. So we'll talk to her back end of top of the 3 o'clock hour. back end of the 2 o'clock hour, Michael Venom Page is going to stop by, and he has some things to get off his chest. I do hope you stay tuned for that one. That is going to be an interesting one. Michael Venom Page, of course, the pride of England, who's been training out of London Shoot Fighters for all these years, one of the most entertaining fighters in MMA, has some things to say. We'll talk to him at around 2:40. And then at 2 o'clock, one of the most talked about fighters in both MMA and boxing, Le Prédateur himself, the pride of Cameroon, the pride of France, now residing, of course, in Las Vegas, Francis Ngannou, stopping by to talk about his massive crossover fight with Tyson Fury on October the 28th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The first ever time that the lineal MMA heavyweight champion will go up against the lineal boxing heavyweight champion, mano a mano. Will it be on their pro records? It's starting to seem like it. No belt on the line. Who cares? Massive bragging rights and a lot of people counting out Francis Ngannou. Although, as my friend Andrew Feldman on Twitter pointed out last week, Alexander Usyk is a bigger favorite against Daniel Dubois than Fury is a favorite against one Francis Ngannou. Dubois, legit top 5, top 6 heavyweight, respected by the community. I know he wasn't the guy that everyone thought and wanted Usyk to fight, but that does say a lot, especially to all the people who are saying that this is a massive and gross mismatch. So something worth considering. So we have a lot to discuss with all those folks. First, let's give Mayra Bueno Silva her flowers. What a performance from her on Saturday. What a win over Holly Holm, who had only been submitted once before in her MMA career, and that was at UFC 196 against Miesha Tate when she was the champion and was winning that fight and ended up losing that fight in one of the best cards in UFC history and certainly one of the best main co-main 1-2 punches. Remember, that was the one where Nathan Diaz beat Conor McGregor, and that was an incredible fight, one of the greatest women's fights. I'd probably put it number 2 all time behind Zhang Wei Li, Joanna Jędrzejczyk 1, which ended up happening 4 years later. Holly Holm got submitted that night against Miesha Tate. Now, just the second time in her career, she gets submitted by Mayra Bueno Silva via ninja choke. And Silva now a winner of 4 in a row, was great on the microphone afterwards, said that she, wants a title shot. And so now the big question, I think, is, do you leapfrog Mayra Bueno Silva over Juliana Pena and or Raquel Pennington? Do you save her for the winner of that fight, or does she fight someone before she gets to that? Is there one other fight that she must have before she gets to the title fight? What do you guys think? I don't think that they're going to leapfrog her over Pennington or Pena. Rick, agree or disagree?
Agree.
She's not going to leapfrog.
Yeah, I agree that will not happen. It just seems like the Pennington and Pena fight is there for the making and makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I don't see it, but I could see her being next. I could see her being the one who fights the winner of that fight.
What do you think, GC?
Yeah, I'm actually with Rick there. I don't know if she's going to need another fight to get the title shot, but I don't think she's going to leapfrog. I mean, she was 10 prior to this fight.
That's the thing.
As impressive
can you go
as
from
the win
10
was.
Can you go from 10 all the way to a title shot? Like there are a bunch of people. There's Vieira. I know Aldana's coming off injury.
Holm is 3, we should say, in the UFC ranking. So if you beat 3, like you're 3. You know, like but it just like there's no history there. Like the Pennington and Pena fight just makes sense, and it's like, why disrupt that? Like
it's 1 and 2. Plus, Ketlen Vieira fights this week, and if she wins in impressive fashion, then do we do Ketlen Vieira? Mayra Bueno Silva
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm thinking. Title eliminator, winner of Pennington Pena.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because that's probably. I mean, Pennington Pena isn't even announced yet. Is Pennington Pena going to be in September in Sydney? Probably not. Is it going to be in Abu Dhabi? I mean, they could put it on a fight night, of course, as well.
That's what I was going to say.
Actually, would be a perfect fight night main event.
Confidence in the bantamweight title happening before the end of 2023? 10 out of 10?
I think it would be shocking if it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be like an injury situation.
I could see him doing it on a fight night. They're doing the flyweight title on a fight night.
I would love to see more pay-per-views. More fight nights headlined by title fights. They used to do it a lot more often, especially in the Fox days. The reason why they don't is they need as many title fights as possible to headline these cards. This is why a BMF title all of a sudden is headlining a pay-per-view in just 2 weeks. But in a perfect world, this is how you try to create new stars. You put these title fights on either ESPN or ESPN Plus, or dare I say ABC. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a title fight on ABC? They haven't done that yet.
This is a scenario where it makes perfect sense because, you know, like Pena and Pennington is not going to sell a ton of pay-per-views. Even if we insert Mayra Bueno Silva into it, it might even do less, but it's not going to sell a ton of pay-per-views. Put it on a fight night. It makes sense. Headline it, showcase it, make it important, and then see what comes from it. And then maybe you can start pivoting back toward pay-per-view. But yeah, I think this is a perfect scenario for it. Why not?
I will say there is something very fresh and fun about having like a new face in that division. And so there's a part of me that kind of just wants to see how far she can go, like put her in the title fight right now. But it seems like they've committed to Pena and Pennington. Even her, I feel like her and Pena would have a very fun build-up, like some shit-talking there, some back and forth on Twitter. Shout out to Julia Pena for giving us a shout-out, the Parlay boys, for getting the big dub on Saturday.
Yes.
In one breath, she's talking smack to Mayra Bueno Silva. In the next breath, she's shouting us out.
I mean, literally that 5 minutes between the tweets. She's taking care of business on who's going to be next for her title fight, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, Parlay boys cashing one there."
She has her priorities right.
Yeah, 100%. So I suspect that they're not going to leapfrog, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they have her fight someone beforehand. It just seems like a really long time to wait. This isn't a win over Holly Holm is a really big deal, and I know for some reason there's like this hatred towards Holly Holm on Twitter. Like I saw people celebrating no more Holly Holm main events, things like that. It's very weird to me. Like she is. I called her on Friday. I think you can make a very strong case that Holly Holm is the greatest female fighter, combat sports fighter of all time. Why? She's a boxing Hall of Famer, and she is going to be a UFC Hall of Famer. No one has ever done that. No one will ever come close to that. There's no one even in that conversation. In her prime in boxing, maybe a little bit past, but like she was still very relevant in boxing and en route to becoming a boxing Hall of Famer. And women's boxing wasn't what it was today, but still, it was something. And she was someone. She comes over to the UFC and knocks out Ronda Rousey and was UFC champion, had a pretty good run. I don't understand how you cannot say that she is one of the greatest female fighters, period, combat sports, period, of all time. And yet it doesn't seem like there's that appreciation for her for some bizarre reason.
I think that's what you've said. I agree with 100%. I think it's completely fair. She's been in a lot of UFC main events. Her style is not particularly pleasing, and people are not wanting to see it in the main event. I don't think that there's an issue with that. You can feel that way and still celebrate her accomplishments.
Yes, I think both can be true. I agree with everything you said. She's a legend of the sport, but she is put into a lot of main events. I mean, non-title fights, 3 of her last 4 fights have been main events. They've all gone to decision until this weekend. I just don't think
they're pushing her too much.
I just don't think it's the most exciting style, and so people, don't get as hyped up for it.
All right.
I mean, me being one of them. I mean, I wasn't.
Oh my God! A rare negative tweet out of you on Saturday morning.
I mean, it's a rare negative tweet on Saturday morning, but you would have thought that I had been negatively tweeting every single week.
Oh, don't you dare! Yeah,
some of the reactions.
You got a lot of hate. Was this the most hate you've ever received in your life? Because it's usually like 99.99999 positive, right?
Yeah, I mean most people agree with me, but yeah, there were some aggressive tweets towards me over not showing excitement for the main event.
How dare you? No, it's not even the main event. You just have to be appreciative of everything they give us. Doesn't matter where it happens, doesn't matter what time, doesn't matter who's on the card. It's all great.
Honestly, this hate was like I got the most kick out of this hate though. Like it was like the aggressiveness.
It was so nonsensical.
Yeah, the aggressiveness with which it came across. It was honestly, it made for the funniest hatred.
All right. At least you can laugh it off. Sort of like me laughing it off yesterday when I said that Leo Messi coming to America is one of the biggest sports moments of all time. I
had to jump in the comments for that. Just to see what we were seeing.
The range of comments were amazing on that one. Like from nailed it to I hope you die, you're a piece of shit. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I was like, wow. Yeah. This is as polarizing as it gets. I stand by it, by the way, just for the record. But
I had a feeling that was going to get some interesting responses.
After Saturday, your guy Jack Della, stock up or stock down?
Yeah, I don't know how you could say stock up. I mean,
Is it stock down or stock at the same? I mean, is that even a thing? I guess it could be status quo, right?
I think it has to be stock down with the
Wow.
decisions. I mean, listen, with the decisions that he made in the fight, who he was going against. I know a lot of people speak highly of Hafez, and he, is strong in the grappling department. But some of the decisions that he made and how he struggled on the ground, it has to make you wonder how he would have fared against Sean Brady.
Oof. But also, you could say on the flip side, maybe he's not making those decisions, taking those chances against the likes of Sean.
Yeah. I mean, I'm speaking in hypotheticals right now. He had the double weight cut. He couldn't fully prepare for Hafez the way that he could have prepared for Brady. So yeah, I'm now very curious to see his next fight, especially if they rebook the Sean Brady fight.
Next fight will be in less than 2 months if he gets his way.
Yeah.
He wants to fight in Sydney. That's
Also,
September 9th.
Hafez, the chin on that guy.
That was a great performance.
Some of the shots he was taking, I'm very excited to see him get a full camp and get another fight in the UFC.
Super tough guy, was game, took the fight on days' notice.
Class.
Yes.
Too.
Don't agree with the commentary that he should have won or was robbed. I thought Jack won that fight. I think people got a little bit caught up in like the Rocky moment. Rick, you shook your head there. You agree?
Very clearly won rounds 2 and 3. Like, not much of a debate in my mind.
Yeah.
Don't see the path that he won round 2 or 3.
Yeah, very strange. I saw a lot of people upset. Fighters upset.
In fact, I think round 3 was closer to a 10-8 than he was close to winning round 2, if I'm being honest.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, don't see it.
Another thing that I didn't see brought up a lot was like 2 weight cuts in a week is a thing.
Not a nothing. Like, that's significant. He's stock neutral for me. Like, his stock didn't go up. His stock didn't go down. Jack Della. I didn't learn. Like, I learned that he can be game and be ready and fight the next week and win. Obviously, that's not conducive. Those circumstances are not conducive to him having his best performance. I'm willing to kind of just toss this one aside and see what we get next time.
Yeah.
I would like to see him take on another guy that's going to use the grappling, going to use the wrestling. That's why I think Sean Brady was such a good matchup.
This division is for it. This is a grappling heavy division.
He got controlled for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And he did struggle on the ground some. So I would be very curious to see.
Maybe underestimate. I'm not trying to make excuses. I do think the 2 weight cuts in a week is a thing.
Sure.
But worth putting into context, he lost his first 2 pro fights. He has now won 15 fights in a row. He has not lost since. That was just his second decision ever.
And again, going back to Hafez's chin, like he had some fight-ending shots, and he just hung tough in there. Yeah, I mean, I'm still. Yeah, don't get it twisted. I'm still on the JDM bandwagon. I'm not jumping ship. I'm very excited to see his next fight. But obviously, when he's winning every single fight in the first round, and then you see him get extended like that, and does show some areas of weakness, it obviously, gives you some room for thought going into the next one.
Francisco Prado with a nice win. There were a lot of decisions on this card. Tough loss for Terrence McKinney. Another
Especially
tough
after
loss.
that first round.
Yeah, against Nazim Sadikhov. Norma Dumont.
Quickly before we move on from that, the fence grabs.
Oh, yeah.
Of Nazim.
Posted a bunch of stuff, too.
Yeah, I mean, not trying to take anything away from him, but to me, that definitely gave him some help there. He was able to use the fence, to his benefit. I just wonder when these refs are going to start calling these. Like, I mean, you're getting fully. If no one's ever going to call it, then why not do it?
This is one of my biggest gripes. The first warning should be in the locker room. Hey, just a reminder: you can't grab the fence. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't hit below.
When you're telling them multiple times, and then you're taking the hand out yourself.
Yes.
It's like that has to be a point.
Yes,
like that has to be a point
because there's no way that doesn't help. Even
yes,
the quick second of grabbing onto it helps. Even if you're going to grab on and then move the guy's hand, it still helps. And you get nothing.
But that's the type of foul, though, where you can change the position, right? You lose the position, and now that you don't need to take a point. If somebody grabs a fence to prevent a takedown, put them on bottom and guard. If somebody uses it to get a takedown or some other advantage, then take the position away. I don't think we need to jump to a point for a fence grab, but I do think rule enforcement.
There needs to be something. It can't just be knock the hand away.
And I will say in the Sadikov fight, I didn't think that was truly impactful. In the Bogdasarian fight, where it's like there's a foul every 5 seconds, that's a situation where I think there needs to be some kind of penalty.
Like if you have to yell it more than twice, and like it feels like in some of these fights we hear him yell it like 5 or 6 times, then something like you either need to lose the position, you need to stand them up, you need to give them position on the ground, or you need to take a point. Like something needs to happen.
If it stops you from getting taken down, now you're taken down. That's easy.
Right.
Easy fix.
Or if they have to tell you more than once, then you take a point.
Yeah. Or if it's a continual thing, let's do something.
Estela Nunes with a horrific arm injury on the prelims. We wish her the best. And now the UFC moves away from the Apex and heads to the UK for another show in London. This one somewhat maligned. A lot of fans upset by the lack of star power, the lack of depth. I do want to remind you, it's not like they just chose not to book these guys. I want to defend the UFC a little bit on this one. It's not like they chose not to book Darren Till. He's not in the UFC. It's not like they chose not to book Paddy Pimblett. He can fight. There's just guys who are unavailable right now. And if you actually look at the card, I mean, Aspinall coming back is a huge deal. Almost a year exactly to the day. In fact, there it is. I mean, it's literally 364 days since he tore his ACL against Curtis Blades, coming back against Marcin Tybura. That in itself, to me, is a massive deal. And this isn't a pay-per-view. It's a massive deal in its own right. Molly McCann trying to get back on track. And then you just have a bunch of solid UK fighters on the card, which is going to be the case all the time. Leon Edwards isn't going to fight on one of these cards. It's not a pay-per-view. Nathaniel Wood, Paul Craig, Jai Herbert, Lerone Murphy, Davey Grant, Danny Hot Chocolate Roberts, Mark J. Casey, Chris Duncan, Shauna Bannon, who's a big prospect, training with Paddy Houlihan. So, I think some of the hate comes from the very, very high ticket prices, and I do wish that they would go to other venues in England. But overall, I don't think it's as bad of a card. I mean, certainly better than the card we just got last week at the Apex, in my opinion.
No doubt. Come on.
And the energy in the arena is going to be great. It's going to be great once you get there.
Listen, Tom Aspinall's on the card, making his return. That's all I need.
Exactly.
And it's an early start.
Now, you like the early start in the summertime. In the summer. Beautiful anytime. Saturday day.
Yeah. I think it's going to 12 o'clock Eastern is the first one. I'm thinking... And I don't know how you guys feel about this. I'm thinking I'm going to switch it up this time, and I'm going to go a little early lunch, get some fish and chips.
Whoa!
Rather than the English breakfast.
Now, when you say early lunch, you mean like an 11 o'clock fish and chips? Might be early for fish and chips, no?
11:30.
Okay.
11:30. Head over. They always have the buffer beforehand, and then have it on.
Order or go to the spot?
Oh, I'll go to a spot for sure. Yeah.
Local?
Yeah.
Wow.
I support.
What else would it be? A chain?
No, I'm saying do you go into the city for something like that?
I'll actually be out of town this weekend, so I'm going to have to find a spot where I'll be at.
Where are we going? Don't tell me back to Florida.
Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Wedding.
That's out of town for you, Connecticut?
What is this? Connecticut's in town now?
I mean, tri-state area. It's a tri-state area. It's all in town.
I'll give you that.
All right. Well, good luck finding fish and chips in Connecticut. I mean,
I already have a place picked up.
Oh, wow.
I feel like there's actually, good places, actually.
If we want to be honest, that's kind of a little bit combo that I've had the English breakfast 3 or 4 times now, but also I don't know if I could have found an English breakfast in Connecticut. The fish and chips will be easier to find.
Okay. So that's this Saturday. That is the next UFC card. There was KSW this past weekend. Phil DeFries once again. Is it DeFries or DeFries? No, it's DeFries. You put the
DeFries.
Yeah, you put the fry emoji.
It's spelled like fries.
And I'm making the big push for him versus Francis Ngannou, which everyone loves. I just think, honestly, as far as actual available heavyweights right now, he's a bigger name at this point. Winner of, I think, 10 in a row than anyone in PFL.
Yes.
If you're saying any of the PFL heavyweights or Phil DeFries, yes, I would much prefer Phil.
He's not the biggest name available, though.
Who's bigger?
I mean, there's guys like JDS and Verdum that are out there.
Is that of greater interest than a guy who's won 10 in a row?
Yeah.
Well, how would
because
we
they're
do
bigger
it?
names.
Would we be doing a co-promotion with KSW?
It would be fun.
Belt on the line. He gets to take the KSW.
Double belts?
Stroke.
I mean, if I'm KSW, I'm all in. If I'm PFL, in this case, PFL becomes the UFC to KSW's PFL. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't do it.
No, I know. There's no chance.
PFL, you wouldn't? No.
No way.
PFL Europe extended to Poland.
What is it? What is this like? They're invading?
You're the
So they get to
chairman.
take over?
You're the chairman of PFL Europe. You speak so highly of it.
I do love PFL Europe. Can't watch it here in the States, but I
Let's
hear
go
it's
to
a great
Poland,
product.
do PFL Europe X KSW.
Oh, it's not bad. But now
free
Francis is
yeah.
representing PFL Europe. He should be.
Now
I mean, he is from
first
France.
MMA fight back.
He's under the
is-
PFL Europe
is-
banner in front of
it's in
1,000 people at a bingo hall in Berlin.
Come on, dude. We just sold out 57,000 for
I know.
KSW
No,
Coliseum too.
No, I'm saying because that's where the last PFL Europe card was.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
kidding,
And none
I'm
of us
kidding.
will be able to watch it.
I know. It's a big problem. I just don't know if there's anyone at the moment. But by the time he fights, there could be someone else available. That, who knows? There's no one really in Bellator right now that would make a lot of sense who could leave. And I don't think the UFC is just going to let someone walk away. They're definitely not. After all this hullabaloo over the Tyson Fury fight, if you're a heavyweight that's even eyeing this opportunity and you have a couple fights left, they're gonna drag their feet on this as long as possible. So that's why I say he could be the best option. That's all.
The KSW Baywatch promo,
So good.
top notch.
Really, really high level production on that.
Yeah,
Like they didn't
yeah.
just whip that together.
No, that was really impressive stuff.
Yeah, very, very good. They continue to impress. And there was also a Kingpin card on Saturday. MMA fight
Shout
was
out.
all over.
Oh yeah,
That there was a lot, Kiefer Crosby, a good friend, training partner of Conor McGregor. He was there as well. Conor McGregor's birthday this weekend too, or late last week. So
July stacked with them.
stacked, absolutely stacked. But the biggest news, guys, since we last spoke, of course, was the massive news pertaining to the light heavyweight title in the UFC. Jamal Hill, no longer the UFC light heavyweight champion. We found out very late Thursday night that he was vacating the title, relinquishing the title might be a better word, and I'll explain why and how in a moment. But the word is that he has suffered a ruptured Achilles tendon, which is a very painful injury. Thankfully, I don't know from experience, but we know that it has affected a lot of athletes, perhaps most famously Kobe Bryant, in the latter portion of his career. And he's going to go under the knife today. May have already happened. I knew that it was happening on Monday, so do wish him the best. And this is the type of injury/surgery/recovery which could take you a full year to come back from, sometimes even more, to be honest. So it's a devastating blow for Jamal Hill. I was told that he initially injured the Achilles tendon while playing in that basketball game that happened over International Fight Week. That he partially tore it there, was a little bit banged up, sat off, stopped playing after he injured it. Everyone told him he can't play anymore, blah, blah, blah. Then trained and then fully tore it. So I don't know if there'll be any basketball games left. This reminds me, there was a thing. Do you guys remember there was a Pro Bowl game? There was a beach football game, like a flag football game before one of the Pro Bowls a few years ago, and someone tore their ACL. Do you remember this? Who remembers this? Torn ACL, beach football, Pro Bowl.
Robert Edwards.
20 years later, holy shit. Was it that long? And that was 2019. So what was this? 1999. Yeah. The outstanding rookie suffered a career-changing knee injury. Do you remember this?
No, I don't remember this. No.
So this is what it reminds me of. I mean, this guy is champion of the UFC and is just itching to fight. And he has not fought since January, wins the belt, is waiting for Yuri Prochazka. Prochazka tells me he's ready to go October, November, September, like that range. Probably not going to be September, but he told me he's ready to go, going to start his training camp. And now he has to relinquish the belt. And what I was told was that, once they told the UFC about it, their first, their initial response wasn't to just say, hey, we're going to give up the title. But as the UFC put it, like, look, you benefited from an injury happening and the title being vacated. That's how you became champion. And oh, by the way, there was also a draw in between there. the only fair thing to do is to do the exact same thing that Jiří Procházka did last December. But it's just amazing to think since John Jones beat Dominic Reyes in February of 2020, there could be, I mean, he then vacated the title several months later, but there could end up being 6 champions in between this period and the upcoming period where the belt is going to be defended. And the big question is, what are they going to do? How are they going to do it? And we could get into all of that and more. But first, here's a quick snippet of Jamal Hill's announcement from his YouTube channel, because I thought it was very raw and it was heartfelt, and you could just see the emotional pain that he was dealing with. Check it out.
I was given an opportunity, I was given a blessing, and that came at the misfortune of someone else. Jiří Procházka was the champion. He suffered an injury, as these things happen, he gave up the title for he gave up the belt and allowed for others to not hold the division up, to keep the division moving forward, to keep entertaining it, to make sure the people had a champion. And I'll do the same. I got the support of my team and the people that are with me. That's what I need. And yeah, man. I'm just gonna take on the challenge. I'm gonna take on the challenge, do what I can do to come back, and I'll see y'all soon. I already know I'm the real champion. I'm the true champion. And I can't wait to prove it. I can't wait to be back putting on a show for all of you. So yeah. I will keep y'all up to date with my recovery and how things go and things of that nature. But as for right now, I just still got some things to process and things like that. But I just wanted to let y'all know, wanted to let y'all hear it from me first. As always, it's always love. And I can't wait to be back in front of y'all again. Os.
Man, hard not to feel really, really bad for Jamal Hill, and hopefully he's able to make a very speedy recovery. Still in his early 30s. He should be fine, but you're the champ. You work so hard. Remember that interview that we had when he got the word that he was going to fight for the belt right after the Ankalaev-Blachowicz fight that went to a draw, and he was talking about, now I get to find out. I get to find the answer. I get to find out if I'm good enough to be champ. Man's been through a lot. And since John Jones gave up that title between 2011, when John Jones beat Shogun, and 2020, mid-2020, there were only 2 people who held that light heavyweight title, John Jones and Daniel Cormier. And obviously back forth. For a very long time, it was just John Jones. And then Jan Blachowicz wins it against Dominic Reyes, and then Glover Teixeira wins it, and then Jiří Procházka wins it, and then Jamal Hill wins it. And, of course, there's the draw, Ankalaev-Blachowicz in December, and now there's going to be another fight. And so the big question is, as Jamal Hill gives up the title, what does the UFC do with that light heavyweight belt? In 12 days, you have Alex Pereira versus Jan Blachowicz at 205. Alex moving up to 205 is the former 185-pound champion, Jan Blachowicz, the former champion, who just fought, of course, for the vacant title. And then you have Jiří ready to go in October or so. Initially, when I spoke about this on Friday, I said, all right, there are 2 options. You either make the fight at UFC 291 in Salt Lake City. You either make that for the vacant title, so you can crown a champ right away, and it will be Pereira versus Blachowicz. Who would argue against that? It only makes 291 a little bit better. Again, the reason why there's a BMF title fight is because they couldn't find another title fight worthy of being a headliner. I think Poirier and Gaethje are worthy on their own, but they put that title there. Great. This just kind of, for lack of a better word, just like beefs it up a little bit. It validates the card just a little bit, even though I don't think it really needs it. But you want a champion, right? You don't want a title to be vacant for too long. So you have the benefit of that fight happening in 12 days, 15 days from when the announcement happened. No word just yet. And then the winner of that fight, whoever it may be, becomes champion and then fights Yuri to figure out who is the undisputed king, at least for now. That's option one. The other option is Jan Blachowicz and Alex Pereira fight. Winner of that fight, number one contender. That winner fights Yuri Prochazka for the vacant title later on this year, maybe Abu Dhabi, maybe Madison Square Garden, whenever it is. There's also Magomed Ankalaev, who's in the mix, who's been very quiet since the draw back in December. If they want to factor him into the equation, don't know how much momentum there would be behind that, but maybe it's Yuri versus Magomed. I asked Yuri over text, about his status. Like I said, September, October, November, and he also said that he thought that the winner should fight him for the title as opposed to crowning a new champion in 12 days time, and then that person defends it against Yuri. I'm not sure it makes all that much sense in the world. And so on Friday, or that much difference, I should say, on Friday, I said that they should make the 291 fight between Pereira and Blachowicz a vacant title fight. I have now since changed my mind, only because I'm trying to anticipate what they're going to do. And I feel like, while I would be very happy to see that, and while I think it would be cool to see Pereira now try to go for a second title and Jan get one more crack at the belt, I do feel like they're not going to make it happen for two reasons. Number one, the show is already sold. Everyone's in. Everyone's happy. You don't need to add another title fight to the top of that pile. That's number one. These things are usually done very strategic. Watch them prove me wrong in like 2 hours, but that's usually something that they don't do. Number two, if someone wins the belt on July 29th and then fights later on this year against Yuri, that's one more set of pay-per-view points that you have to give, as opposed to making the fight on July 29th a number one contender fight, and then the vacant title fight happens between two non-champions, right? Yuri and the winner of that fight on July 29th, and now there's no pay-per-view points that you have to give, right? So here, the show is already sold, and you could delay one, set of pay-per-views to the next time you have to give out pay-per-view points. So why give it up now? You don't really have to. There's no one forcing you to. Everyone's okay with the pay-per-view. It's not like you have to create a title fight out of nowhere. Historically, my hunch says they don't make that fight a title fight. They just wait to make the Yuri fight a title fight and don't give out pay-per-views points for that title fight against Yuri. Does that make sense to you guys? Do you understand what I'm saying?
It makes perfect sense.
And that's what I think they'll do.
Why does Jamal Hill have to vacate the title? Why does he have to give up the title?
I think, it's the same reason why Yuri had to give up the title.
Why?
Because he's going to be out for a year and they need title fights.
But isn't this what interim titles are for?
I'm okay with it in this regard.
Also, does he have to, or is he choosing to?
Yeah, this is what I don't understand. Why?
I think it was said like, look. I would be. I asked the question, and I asked like, was it like out of the kindness of his heart, like, and credit to him, he said it, but like I think they were the ones who were like, look, you benefited from a vacant title situation where we essentially, remember what Yuri said on my show, on this show. Remember what he said? He said, without saying it, that he was told he had to give it up. Do you remember this?
I do, yeah. I just don't understand. I don't get it.
What do you mean? What don't you get? Why they have to? Because they have no rights. That's why. There's nothing in their contract that says they are able to hold on to it.
I mean, it feels like something where, like, you can
fighting
see
for?
how much fighting for it. You can see how much it means to him.
Yeah, add that to the list.
If the title is not going to be awarded immediately, right? Like if it isn't going to be turned around for Jan and Pereira, why? Why does a champion who earned his belt have to give it up? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so here I am trying to be Mr. Positive and trying to put, and you guys are taking me to the dark side. I kind of like this. I just want
you guys. This is just Rick's thing.
It is my like.
No, you're 100% right
with Yuri, and it doesn't make sense to me with Jamal. Like these guys earned a title. They should be able to hold it for however long they need to. This is what we have interim title fights all the time. They're completely meaningless. This is the perfect scenario for an interim title fight. Champion holds belt.
Well, so then Yuri shouldn't have given it up as well.
I agree. I asked this at the time.
Okay, so then Jamal Hill would never be a champion.
Sure.
He would have been an interim champion.
The logic shouldn't be, well, because Yuri did it, now Jamal should have to do it. Now
honestly,
the next
that is the logic.
Like nobody should have done it.
The logic there.
Yuri,
that is actually the logic. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right.
That's bad logic. That doesn't make any sense. There should be no reason. This is what interim titles should be for. This is exactly what interim titles should be for. The champion should be the champion. They heal and then they fight. Like what? Why should Jamal Hill have to start from zero? Is what I don't understand. Why should Yuri have to start from zero? I get that they'll be in line to fight for a title soon. That they would be the next options, right? Like it makes sense, but why? They were.
Should there be a rule that if you don't book a fight or defend it within a year, then you have to give it up?
Sure. Now it's starting to make more sense at least, but like.
Okay, well then here's the thing. Jamal isn't fighting within a year of winning that belt.
We're not at that. We're not at that point yet. We're not.
Achilles surgery, he's not fighting by January.
Okay, fine. And that's fair. And we can say that. But he can walk around with the belt and be the champion. He's right now not the champion.
Yeah.
Today. He is not the champion.
No.
And that's not, I don't know. It just feels unnecessary. It feels unnecessary. And this is not like a Jamal thing, because I said the same thing for Yuri. It's more.
But you know why they do it. They just need title fights, and it's cleaner to have a vacant title fight. But this once again proves just the power that they have. And what it also does is prove the lack of say and lack of power that the fighters have. There is no association or union or anything that says, whoa, we just won the belt in January. Like, hold up a second. We need to get to a point where like we're being forced, right? Like mandatory and all this stuff. None of that exists. They can literally do whatever they want with it. It's a promotional toy that they can just say, whoop, we're going to take this from you. And when you come back, we'll strongly consider putting you in that spot. But there's no even guarantee of that. Even if they give, by the way, even if they give him a guarantee that they're going to give him a title shot, there's no guarantee. A million things can happen between now and then.
But even that logic doesn't track from the perspective that, like, we're talking about they need titles. Make a title. Now you've got an opportunity. Make an interim title. Then you've got Jamal Hill or Yuri or however far down the line.
Okay, but at this point,
and then they come back, and then now there's another title. Now you have two titles. You can match them. It just doesn't.
At this point, it would be weird if Jamal Hill got injured and they decide, you know what, the fair thing to do is to make an interim title fight, and then Yuri is fighting for the interim belt.
Oh, for sure.
So it's like the toothpaste is already out of the tube in this regard. Now they're almost like course correcting.
Yeah, and now but do you think that the logic will stay that way? Do you think that the next time, like, let's say it was a champion that they wanted to hold on to the belt. Francis Ngannou sat out with the belt, yes? Let's say it was a champion that they want to hold on to the belt. Now all of a sudden they're going to be like, no, you know what? We have to strip you because you're not going to fight. No, there's no actual rhyme or reason.
Dominic Cruz was champion for like 3 years. Renan Barão defended the interim title. Like once you're defending the interim belt, you're no longer interim champ. You're the champ.
I feel bad for Jamal. I feel bad for Yuri. It just doesn't make any sense.
You're right. If a very popular champion, I don't want to say names, I don't want to put that juju out there. That's a very popular champion gets injured today, they ain't getting stripped of the belt.
No. I can't see it. I mean, maybe they will, but I can't see it. It just doesn't make any sense.
I think in this regard, it was weird because he benefited from a scenario where a champion gave up the belt.
Yeah.
So they said,
and by the way, like, I think it depends if Yuri or Jamal said, yes, I want to do this. That's a different scenario for me than if it sounds like they're being strong-armed into it, right? If somebody says, look, I don't want to hold this up. I'll come back and fight for it when I'm ready. Great. No issue. I'm not telling you to hold on to it. You do whatever you want to do, but to be strong-armed into it feels off to me and doesn't make any sense.
No, I get it. But they don't have a say.
Yeah.
So what do you guys do? If you're the UFC, what would you like for them to do, GC? Do you make July 29th a title fight?
I don't think so. I think you make it a #1 contender fight, and the winner of that fight's Yuri Prochazka. Like, if he can really come back before the year is out, I think they fight for the title. November, October, whenever. It would just feel. I know you need a champion as soon as possible, but it would feel kind of weird. Alex Pereira making his debut at 205, Jan Blachowicz coming off the draw, and then the weird injury fight against Rakic, and then the loss to Glover Teixeira. I like it as a number one contender fight to fight Yuri Prochazka.
I wouldn't hate that fight being a title fight, to be honest, but I don't really.
I'm saying I would hate it.
No, I know.
I'm
just saying.
My ideal scenario, number one contender. Then honestly, though, the Magomed Ankalaev situation is interesting as well. I mean, he has been dead silent since that draw. I don't know where he's at, what he's up to. Do they say Pereira Blachowicz is a war? Like, is there any chance they just book Prochazka versus Ankalaev for a championship bout in like October or November?
I could see it. Why not?
I just think he's a little bit out of sight, out of mind at this point.
But what other options are there? Who else is in this division that can fight for a title?
I think the best idea is the winner of July 29th fights here.
Yes, I agree. That's my ideal scenario.
No, because I did see people saying, like, what about Magomed? And it's a very good question.
Oh, for sure.
It's a very good question.
It wouldn't surprise me if they did just do.
But by the way, if Alex Pereira goes out there and beats up Jan, and even if Jan beats Alex Pereira, who just came off, a title fight against Izzy, that guy's going to have way more momentum
100%.
than Magomed, who fought to a draw.
I'm with you. That's why I like that scenario, because if Blachowicz wins, then he clears out the draw and the injury fight and the loss and everything. He's now coming off a win against a former champion, and I think the momentum is there.
I would put the title on him right now. I would make him fight for the belt on July 29th.
I would love that, but I just don't see it happening.
Now Blachowicz, 2 straight fights, goes from 3-rounder to 5-rounder within
for the belt.
Weeks of the fight.
You want to be a champ or not?
I mean, listen, of course he's going to do it. Like, of course.
They're not saying no to that.
Yeah, that's insanity to think that they would do otherwise. But I like that as a number one contender fight. Could you imagine if it was a title fight? Alex Pereira would have, 5 fights in the UFC? And 3 title fights?
Yeah.
At 2 different weight classes? That would have to be the most expedited
Alex
UFC
Pereira versus Yuri would be insane, right?
Sign me up.
Like that is an incredibly fun light heavyweight title fight.
Yeah.
Especially if Alex Pereira is like big boy Alex now, not cutting weight,
right,
with the power that he possesses. Oh my gosh.
I don't know about not cutting weight. That guy's still going to be cutting.
Well, not to 185.
He's going to be 230 when he gets in the octagon.
Yeah.
So then Alex Pereira would be a 2-weight world champion in Glory and then a potential 2-weight world champion in the UFC.
Only difference being that in Glory he actually held them at the same time as well. But yeah. I'm not. Believe me, it's a very impressive feat. I'm just saying.
6 fights into his UFC career.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. But I mean, no denying that the interest in that fight has gone way up. I was already excited for it, but we suspected that it was going to be Yuri versus Jamal at some point later this year, and then the winner of that fight, who knows what happens to them. Now it just feels like I wish they would just come out and slap it. If they're not going to make that a title fight, slap a number one contender label on it and let's freaking go. I can't remember the last time we were told that a number one contender fight was happening outright. When is the last time they officially? They should use that as a belt. That's a selling point.
It feels like that's the interim belt.
Yeah. If you sell it that way, the winner of this fight is the number one contender. Why can't you say that?
Yeah, winner of the fight gets.
They used to
gets
say it all the
title
time.
shot. It feels like
we've seen recent ones that are very obvious, but we have not.
They
seen
don't
the
say
label.
it.
Like Sean O'Malley gets in the cage, Izzy gets in the cage with Dricus. It's very clear.
Yes.
They do not say it ahead of time.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yeah, like you could have said Dricus and Rob is a number one contender fight, and everyone would have been like, cool, we're in. Now we're even more excited, just a little more excited.
Or just said Sean O'Malley is the number one contender. He's going to fight and just pop him in there. But they're always waiting. They're just, I get it. I get the.
It's just hedging.
You can pivot. You can pivot if you need to change plans.
True or false? Jamal Hill will be UFC champion again. Rick?
True.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the guys that I think is one of the best in a division that does not have a lot of talent at the high end. I think he's better than most of the guys he'd be matched up with. I think there's some tough fights for him, but I believe he will be able to be a champion again, or at least get the opportunity.
GC?
I'll say yes. At light heavyweight, he's only 32. He's obviously incredibly skilled. I think he will
Achilles
get the belt
a big
back.
time injury. I wonder who's someone who's come back from an Achilles surgery, like and then had like a long career afterwards. Does it happen often?
What was Adrian Peterson's injury?
Was it Achilles?
Was it a knee?
I think it was knee.
Is Achilles in your knee?
No. What?
Listen, I'm not a doctor, man.
Achilles is like down below over there. Like,
Oh, Achilles, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
getting it mixed up with ACL.
Yeah.
Like I said, man, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah.
Achilles is the heel, yeah.
DeMarcus changed him forever. DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was younger.
KD, I guess, is doing all right.
It's a good one.
I think
It's not a common MMA.
I was gonna say I think the sports are different though, right? Like
Yeah.
when you look at basketball, that
yeah.
explosion, if you lose that, it's gonna really hurt your career. I feel like for MMA, it's not going to be as impactful. Certainly, you can lose some mobility, you can lose some explosiveness, but I don't think it's as important.
I'm not gonna lie. I had a coworker who I worked with at the job before I came here, playing pickup basketball as well, tear his Achilles, and it was a pretty gruesome road back.
Wow.
I mean, obviously, he doesn't have all the doctors and everything that Jamal Hill is going to have access to, but still, yeah, it was pretty nasty to get back to normal.
Yeah, that is a big one. That is definitely a big one. By the way, some breaking news, guys, before we get to Francis Ngannou. Joining us in about 5 minutes' time, so stay tuned for that. Big Francis, of course, October 28th. Big crossover fight. Speaking of crossover fights, this just in from Jake Paul about 40 minutes ago. For all the clowns saying, quote, "Why don't you fight Nate Diaz in the cage," end quote. I made that offer to him from the start, $10 million to fight me in PFL after we box on August 5th. Offer is still there, Nathan. What do you guys think? Is it happening?
No.
No?
Why not? Yeah, I think that.
$10 million.
Yeah,
That's not a bad deal.
That feels like if I'm Nate Diaz, I'm like, sign me up.
By the way,
Yeah,
if this
let's do
is
it.
like a war and everyone's like, holy shit, this was great, $10 million to, I mean,
go fight an MMA.
the question is, if Nate's stock is up after this fight, the UFC is going to come calling for the McGregor trilogy, in my opinion, and for maybe even UFC 300. And so we'll see. If his stock is down, it's not a bad plan B.
if I am any MMA fighter and Jake Paul offers me $10 million to fight him in MMA, I take it. Nate, I don't care what your name is.
Is it not? Like, you have to feel like Nate would be able to win that fight.
Yes.
Fairly easily.
I take that offer immediately. I sign that before we even get to the boxing fight. $10 million to fight Jake Paul.
It's a good
in MMA.
fallback plan.
If I'm any MMA fighter, instant signature.
By the way,
Sign
it is the
tomorrow.
Francis PFL fallback plan.
What's the downside? I'm gonna whoop his ass so bad.
Win or lose, the offer is like, even if he wins on August 5th, he could take that fight.
Yeah.
It's not a bad deal.
I'll believe it when I see it.
I mean, it's right here.
Yes, I understand that.
Oh, you believe if Diaz takes it?
Yeah, I'll
I thought you
believe
meant
the
like
fight.
that.
Oh, no. I think he's serious about it. I'm saying I'll believe the fight is going to happen when it's announced and they're walking to the
$10
cage.
million to fight Jake Paul, who's never fought in MMA before.
I mean, it'd be incredible.
Easiest 10 mil.
There would be a lot of eyes on that.
Is it weird?
Especially because what do you think Nate Diaz would be favorite-wise in that fight?
What would be the more
minus 3,000?
What is the more highly anticipated fight? Them two in a boxing ring or them two in a MMA cage?
In an MMA cage,
for
in my, no doubt.
Because of the
about it.
novelty of Jake fighting MMA?
Yes.
Correct.
And Nate Diaz being the one with the advantage. at
Yes,
that
and
point, how many fans Nate Diaz has, and the MMA community banding together to cheer against Jake Paul.
And the UFC would be upset about it.
Are people shitting on this
yeah,
or liking
yes.
this? What's the response to this?
The MMA fight?
I think a lot of responses are just like, Nate will.
You just broke this
will
news
beat
to
him.
me. This is my first time hearing
Oh
about
no, I saw it on the MMA fighting page. Did you whip that together, Rick, while we're talking?
That was the great Jose Youngs.
I see.
I
thought-
spotted it, passed it off, and he hit the alley oop. I threw it to him, he
graphic.
dunked it.
it.
Nah, it's great. I mean, I'm all in. Can we talk about August 5th or not yet? Not yet. I actually have an idea about August 5th. I have an idea. I have some big plans regarding August 5th. Stay tuned.
What are you thinking?
I have an idea. I don't want to say it here.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, we can talk offline.
Yeah, we could talk off.
Circle back.
You know, there's a very good chance that that fight happens on the same card as Francis Ngannou's PFL debut. Right?
The Jake Paul one.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're talking big business for PFL.
Of course, because it's the pay-per-view division that he's heading up.
Now we're talking big business.
I'm talking 3 million pay-per-view buys. Let's go.
That's a lot.
Francis coming up.
That's a lot.
Francis here.
I would love to see that. All right, so that's a new wrinkle in the discussion. Let us talk to the man that we just spoke about. He was the talk of the MMA and boxing world all last week. In fact, dare I say, he has been the talk of the MMA and boxing world since January when he parted ways with the UFC. And for months, people were, as they say overseas, slagging him off. They were saying all kinds of things. He was fumbling the bag. He was screwing up. He was committing career suicide. He was making all kinds of mistakes. He was outpricing himself. All kinds of craziness. Then in May, we find out that he signs this one-of-a-kind deal with PFL, and he's going to start up PFL Africa, and he's going to debut in 2024. And everyone's like, all right, great, but you still messed up. And then, bam, last Tuesday, 10 a.m. Eastern, we find out it's going down October 28th. The lineal MMA heavyweight champion of the world going up against the lineal boxing heavyweight champion of the world, one-on-one, never happened before, and it may never happen again. Over in Saudi Arabia, it's Tyson the Gypsy King Fury, undefeated as a boxing heavyweight champion, going up against the one and only Le Predator, the pride of Cameroon, the one and only Francis Ngannou. There he is. Francis, you did it. You did it, Francis.
Yes, man. We did this. It's finally
Félicitations.
going down. Merci beaucoup.
How does it feel a week later? Does this feel real? Does it feel like a real thing?
Oh, it feels very real because for you, it's week later, but for me, he was more than a week later.
Okay, fair enough. So can we start there? When did this start to become like a real thing? Like when I last spoke to you was May, I think the 16th or 17th when you made the announcement of PFL, right? You didn't say anything
Yes.
about that. At that point,
No,
was it a
wasn't
thing?
going on yet.
It wasn't. Okay, so can
No,
you
it
tell us when
wasn't
it
going on.
started?
Well, he really started like 1 month ago, five weeks ago.
Wow.
And then I received a call from Raiko in Saudi, and he was like, okay, they want to do this fight. Let's meet in New York and this. And I wasn't very, at that time, I wasn't very excited. I was like, okay, let's find out what's going on. Anyway, I was going to be in New York. So get in New York, we met, he get meet people, and we started talk.
Wow. So it wasn't even that long ago.
No, he was this quick. Like, he was like, the negotiation went on and off like less than 2 weeks.
Were you surprised? Like initially, were you like, man, this seems too good to be true. This is now happening too easily?
No, I knew the people that was behind. I know that it's happening.
Wow. At any point in the process, did you speak to Tyson yourself?
No, I haven't speak to Tyson myself, or either one of his team, but we don't have to speak. We're gonna meet at the press conference.
Sure. By the way, do you know when the press conference is?
Right now, there's London, probably Africa, and Saudi. Then we still don't know about the US yet.
Wow. You're going to go to Africa.
That's the goal.
Which country? Cameroon?
We don't know yet, but we're still figuring that part out.
My gosh, that is incredible. So when it's
it's been a lot of things since the signing to figure it out, to put together, to like assign stuff. So a lot of work.
At that point, like when I'm talking to you in May and even afterwards, you still said you're going to box this year. That's the plan. What were you leaning towards? Like, was there another plan and this one came and usurped it? Was there something else, another opponent, another situation?
Yes, there was something, but nothing was like really done. It was just like a talk, as I said, we had a talk with Deontay before, and then it get interrupted. And then after that, we were having a talk for a potential fight in November, maybe in South Africa. And then this came around and became very, very true in a lapse of a week.
Would you say of all the other boxing opportunities, was the Deontay one the closest?
Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, why did the Deontay one fall through?
No, I think they had some sort of like a proposal for December or something like that to fight Anthony Joshua. And then they said they would rather explore that one as he wanted to go back to the title. So, which makes sense. That's only the reason. So we stopped, we just put in pause and was going to explore that in the future.
Okay. At any point, did you start to lose hope? Did you start to get nervous that this boxing dream would not happen, that you would just not be able to find an opportunity?
No, I mean, the Tyson one was a tough one. I mean, there was a point that I'm like, is this going to happen? But at the end of the day, if it doesn't happen, it's not only it's not the only boxing fight out there, you know. And it's not like a one-shot thing, so I can go there and make some other fights. But yeah, this one was the most tough one.
Did you feel?
Toughest one.
I was starting to feel like the boxing community was trying to box you out a little bit. You know, they were trying to say, "Oh, you're outpricing yourself. Oh, you're trying to go for too big of a name. You need to work your way up. You need to know your role." That was the feeling that I was getting. Were you getting that feeling too?
That doesn't matter. Whether I didn't really feel that. I know he's a tough word, but this fight is going on. And whether I'm starting in the top, I'm doing it. So it's happening.
Yeah.
So at this point, I think the only thing to do for some people is to wrap their mind around it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're starting to do so.
Put it out. Yeah.
Could I ask,
So-
what took so? I remember you in the ring with Tyson after the Dillian White fight. That was April of 2022. Why did it take so long for him to come around to the fight?
Well, that wasn't a fight negotiation. We were just there. And then I was still in the contract at that time. So there wasn't a talk about at that time.
Okay.
There wasn't a contract.
But even like when you became free in January, February, March, April, why did it seem like he was trying to do other stuff and wasn't, paying attention?
I don't know, man. I think he's the better one to answer that question.
Fair enough.
But I've always been around for that fight. As you know, where
yes. Would it be fair to say that that was always your top choice? Your number one choice was Tyson?
Oh, definitely. Yes. I mean, 100%.
When you heard
Tyson was the top of the line.
When you heard 1 week Dana White said you versus Anthony Joshua is a gimmick fight, and then the next week or a week later, max, he said, I would love to do John Jones versus Tyson. And then the next week he's like, Tyson, come, let's do the John Jones fight. What was your reaction to that when you were hearing Dana White openly try to get the Tyson Fury fight? Because I would imagine at that point you're talking to Tyson at this point, right? Or you're talking about doing the fight, not to him personally, but this thing is a real thing now, right?
Yeah, but I don't follow track on what Dana said. There is a lot of things that Dana says that you can follow track on him. They don't line up to one another, so I don't worry about that. I was just doing my thing, and at the end of the day, I pull it out. It was all about gimmick fight, and which is the same thing that he was trying to do, a gimmick fight. Next time that he has a gimmick fight, he should send it over to me. I'll handle it.
Gimmick fight promotions?
Yes, gimmick fight promotion.
What is gimmick fight promotions? Are you trying to are you going to, is this going to be a real thing?
It's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's not going to be. It's a real thing already.
It is a real thing.
It's on.
So you're gonna put on events. You're gonna have fighters under the banner.
I'm gonna put on event for sure. Gimmick fight.
and gimmick fight is a part of this promotion as well, right?
Yes.
Amazing.
It's part of this fight.
Did you seriously consider going with another promoter? I know you spoke to Eddie Hearn, Bob Arum's out there. I know Dimitri Salita reached out. Did you ever consider teaming up? Because at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not with any promoter, right? This is just you and Gimmick Fight and your team.
I am with the promotion. I am with Gimmick Fight promotion, bro. What are you talking about?
I get it. I mean, like one of the, the older boxing guys.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. No, and I think that was like why everybody was trying to kick this fight out, because they feel like they wasn't part of it, and they was trying to, it's a messy world. But we really didn't consider maybe work with somebody. That was our idea. But everybody was like, okay, come to me. I'm like, no, I can come with you, not to you.
You didn't want to be like working for anyone.
No. I want to be my own boss.
Right. And it all worked out incredibly. And so could I ask, one of the big things, and I spoke to Markel about this on Wednesday, initially, Eddie Hearn was the first one to put this out there, that this was going to be an exhibition fight. And then last week in the press conference, the press release.
How did he know? How did Eddie Hearn know about this?
I don't know.
To give all the detail. I don't remember him being around the table talking on this fight.
Do you think he was trying to like poo-poo it? Do you think he was trying to pour cold water on it?
Well, what I can say is that he doesn't know anything about it. And all the thing that he knows is what he have heard as you and other people. I mean, that's clear. He didn't know anything, because he's not he's a real fight. It's going on. It's going to be a fight. The only difference is that there's not a title online, but he's a real fight. He's going on our record.
Okay, so that was the question. It will go on your pro record?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's nothing exhibition about this. The only thing is that his title is not on the line.
The title is not on the line.
Why not?
The title is not. Well, that's another discussion which is going to take a lot inside the WBC, all those stuff.
Yeah.
In order to make this fight happen, if we wanted to do everything, there was a lot of party involved. There would be a lot of party involved, and this fight wouldn't happen. So it was like, okay, we have to get this done quick, and we have to get this quick and done, So it was about to make this fight happen at first.
Okay.
And I wouldn't have any guarantee if there would be like a title and this, and then you get all those people involved, everybody involved at that moment. From now on, we can have that discussion, because the fight is on, and then we can have another discussion and see if that's something to be considered. But if not, what's matter is the fight. I was going to fight. I wasn't going for the title. So as for me personally, nothing changes.
Right. So if you beat him, there's a 1 on his in the loss column, right? If you beat him, like this is all on the up and up. Okay. You can knock him out, everything.
Yes.
Amazing. And so this happens in October. You still have 3 months. Are you going to try to convince the WBC to get the belt on the line, or you don't even care?
I don't even care, bro.
Okay.
I just want to fight. I want the fight. I get the fight. I'll put everything out there on October 28th. I'll take everything with me in that octagon and leave it in there, and that will be my title.
I want to almost, in a way, sort of apologize for asking the question, but it's been such a big hot topic, and especially over the last few days as well, because of how much you made in your last UFC fight. Could you tell us how much you are making for this fight?
No, but what I would tell you is that as you're compared to what I was making for my UFC fight, is day and night. I mean, it's life-changing. And he would have been the same thing if I was fighting PFL first. What I was making, what I made in my last fight doesn't even count.
What do you mean?
Because he wasn't he's not close anywhere close around. He's not in the top.
Are you making more for this fight than you made in your entire UFC career?
Definitely yes. Oh, 100% yes.
Are you making more for this one fight than the entire?
I didn't make that much in my entire UFC career after turning down all those contracts that could have made me more money. But yes, if we count it, absolutely.
More for this one fight than the entire last deal that they offered you? The final offer, whenever that was, in like late December, January. Is this one fight more than all that?
I think that information will bring you in the wrong direction. Why? Because the reason is that I've heard so many of time people say, oh, they offer him 8 million per fight, they offer him this and that, which is not exactly what. There was a trick there, and it was a bait because it was just in order for me to put the pen on the paper. And then there was like a one big number, and behind it, there was nothing. The paper was blank, pretty much. So, I mean, it's not like, I'm sure you're going to say like 8 million times 3 for 3 fights. No, that's not what he was. That's not what he was. He wasn't like that. He was the same tactic. Just like they pull some number up and like want to impress you to get you signed the contract,
Late last week, there was that 8 million number came out for this fight, and then Jake Paul refuted it. And I had heard the same. It's more than that, right? For this one fight.
I told you that I will not release that information.
Okay.
So you can keep trying.
I want you to slam dunk on everyone, Francis. I want you to slam dunk on the haters. That's all.
Hey, bro, the haters will always be haters, and I will always do my thing. Do they ever stop me of doing whatever I'm doing? I mean, I don't even know who they are for the most part. I don't care for them. Their life. I don't mind. They are watching me. They are following me, and then I have impact in their life either way. So I'm not here worrying about like what to do to them. They are part of my journey, whether they like it or not.
When you signed this deal, though, was there a moment that you sat back and you were like, come on? And for the last 6 months, Francis, everyone was saying, you were screwing up, you outpriced, fumbled, this, that. You had to sit back and laugh. I know the haters don't affect you, and I believe everything you're saying, but it had to have felt good, right? It all worked out perfectly. Tyson Fury fight, PFL deal, all this stuff. Like, you couldn't have scripted this any better. You didn't sit back and smile and say, like, yeah, F all of you, I did it, and no one really, no one believed in me.
Of course. I mean, it's the story of my life. Everything that I have done, nobody had ever believed in me until it's done. And this was like one of the cases. And then I felt pretty good about it. I'm like, yes, I get it done. I mean, people might talk about like, oh, how much you're making a lot of money, which is true. But my feeling wasn't about like what I'm going to make. It was like, I get this done one more time, like my capability to get things done, to hang on tight and finally get the outcome. It was more about that.
Right.
That was the most exciting one. I feel relief. I feel happy. That was a hell of a feeling. Yes.
Would you say, and I'm not trying to diminish the PFL deal, but there was still the boxing component when you announced. So now like you have the full relief. Maybe when you announced the PFL deal, there was half relief, but this was a different thing because this was the whole picture is now set, right? This feeling is different than back in May, correct?
He was one. He's the same thing. This one is just adding an add-on on top of the PFL one.
Yeah.
Because the PFL deal set up the base, and this one is coming on top. So it's an addition, But both are circling together and doing the same effect.
Mm-hmm.
It would be boxing first and then PFL after. Yes, it's like the last line.
I know you were back home recently. Did you celebrate?
No, nobody. It wasn't. You mean celebrate PFL or
No,
this fight?
this fight, because you were just back home, right? So like you already knew that it was a done deal. Like, did you and your family do something? Like, did you celebrate or?
They didn't even know exactly. I mean, everybody I've heard of this fight so many times, and they didn't really know. Like, I was talking to some people, like to my brother, like, I think I'm getting this fight done. He didn't really process it at that time. Like, you know, but I just let him cool. I'm like, when the news gonna come out, everybody gonna find out.
Wow.
You know, I don't need to explain everything to every single one. I just enjoy the time with them and then let the boxing stuff aside.
What was your phone like when the news came out? Did it explode?
I was in the airplane.
That's crazy, man. You were on the air, so you didn't get any messages when the world found out about this? You were.
I get messages.
Okay.
I get WhatsApp.
Okay.
Text messages. I get them after when I landed, and there was a lot of them. Like till now, I haven't read some of them. I'm trying to go through, but also have to do stuff. So, but all good stuff. All good stuff. Yeah.
Is there a rematch clause?
Yeah, there's a potential rematch clause. I don't know exactly what. I don't know exactly how to explain that language, but yes.
Okay.
There's a rematch inside it.
So there's a chance if you know, I would imagine like, if you beat him on October 28th, that you would fight him again.
Oh no, for that one, definitely.
What if he beats you?
That's what I don't know. We will see how it goes.
Okay.
But yeah, that's why I have to win this fight. I have to put everything to get that rematch as well.
Is there any chance that you do 2 boxing fights before your first PFL fight, or would the second fight with him be after the PFL debut?
No, the second fight will be after the PFL debut because PFL debut is somewhere beginning of next year, maybe February or March next year. I was still talking with Pete Mary about it, and that's still the timeline.
Do you have an opponent yet?
That's from the beginning. Not yet.
Okay. Is there anyone? Is there like a front runner?
But they are working. They are working on something.
Oh, what could you tell us? Can you tell us anything?
I just know that they are working on. I don't have so many detail about it.
Will you get pay-per-view points for this Tyson fight?
I get something.
It's all good.
I'm not getting out there empty-handed.
Could you tell us where it's going to air in America?
I think on ESPN. The goal is to air on ESPN in the US and in the UK. I don't know. It's going to air also in Africa. It's going to air everywhere.
Wow. But it'll be pay-per-view, right?
It's going to be pay-per-view. Yes.
And so you were just at the PFL event not that long ago. What a scene that was with John Jones. After that, like, was there a part of it? I said this to Markel last week. I was like, man, these guys were in the same promotion for all these years and we can never figure it out. And now we're getting face-offs. So it was like a bit of a tease, you know, like seeing you guys like, you know, what was your takeaway from that whole experience, seeing John and going face-to-face with him and all the hoopla? So many people were so excited about it afterwards. What was your reaction to that?
Well, I know it's a fight that can happen. If the UFC decide to give that fight to the fan, it can happen. That fight is always there, and it can always happen. They just have to compromise a little bit.
But you don't think they will, right?
You never know. People change, bro.
Yeah. So you're holding out hope.
Yeah, I'm still hoping for that. I mean, I think if I have one fight left in MMA, I will hope to be John.
If you have one fight, you don't have one fight left, right? You're saying if you
have
I
don't have one fight left.
Right.
I say if I have one fight left in my career, I hope that will be John.
The amazing thing is, like, ESPN could help make this happen because, you know, they say, hey, let's get this guy. He's with PFL. They're on ESPN. UFC's on ESPN. Let's do it on ESPN. Like, it feels like a very easy thing to get done.
Well, a lot of things seems like very easy until it gets down to get done.
Yes, that's
basically
true.
When it's on the UFC hand.
Right. Like the Tyson Fury fight too. The same thing could have happened with the Fury fight because he's on ESPN too with Top Rank.
Yeah. but that doesn't mean he has to.
Right. Oh, did we lose him? I think we lost. Did we lose his audio?
We did. 1 sec. He's unmuting himself.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very faintly though.
I can hear you.
Is his audio okay? You can't hear me?
He can hear you. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna bring him right back in.
Okay. All of a sudden, I lost him there. Let's we'll reconnect with him in a moment. October 28th, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, Francis Ngannou, Tyson Fury, the fight everyone thought would never happen. Great promo video that they posted. Bye bye, Miss American Pie. That was tremendous. It was on his social. It was on Tyson Fury's social. It's going to be a scene. It's going to be an absolute scene. I can't wait for it. I remember Francis was in Saudi Arabia with Ronaldo. I wonder if that's where the seeds were planted. I was going to ask him that. We just have a few more minutes with him. But this is a real thing. And, well, I guess he didn't fumble the bag after all. So.
Ariel, I have him back for you.
All right, here he is. Francis, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Harry.
you're there. Just a couple more minutes, and then we'll let you go. Thank you again for the time. I appreciate it. I remember when you left the UFC, when you parted ways. I remember you were in Saudi Arabia with Cristiano Ronaldo. You posted. Is that where the relationship with Saudi Arabia started with you?
Yes, that's where the relationship started, and also, yeah, it started at that moment.
Okay, and. Was this ever considered somewhere else? Like in the UK, obviously would make a lot of sense, like in a big soccer stadium, or was it always Saudi Arabia? Like, in other words, why is it in Saudi Arabia as opposed to somewhere else?
I mean, he could be everywhere else. Like when at some point where we were talking, he was like to make it in Wembley Stadium.
Yeah,
you know. But now Saudi came out and wanted to do this fight and make everything easy. So why not? We were still out there like trying to figure out this and that, and then they just came in and like, okay, we are making this like that and bring all the solutions. So why bother?
okay. So they just and obviously they have a lot of money these days, and they're bringing out the big guns. They've built stadiums like for the Jake Paul fight. They just like built a stadium and then they tear it down. Is this going to be the same thing, or is this going to be like in a soccer stadium there?
No, I don't think it's a stadium that they're going to tear down. I think there is a lot of they have a lot of vision even for this fight. I was impressed to listen to them and see how they want to play it out. I'm like, this might be even bigger than what we thought.
Wow.
You know, so, yes.
How many people you think will be in attendance? Like, how big is the venue?
It's not about the venue. You know, the venue cannot take 1 million people, but how big this fight could be, how many people can watch this fight.
Okay.
That's the point. Is how global it's going to be. You know, but I don't know the capacity of the venue yet because they have multiple venue there that they are building. Which one will be done, or if it's not done, or maybe we do on the stadium in Riyadh. We don't know yet. End of October is not, the summer is gone, so outside is okay. It can happen in the stadium as well.
Okay.
Which is still fine.
Oh.
And I think even the stadium might not be enough to host the amount of people that want to attend to that event. Because I have everyone in Africa say, I want to go. I'm like, okay, then you better figure out right now because it's going to be tough.
Where will you train for this fight?
I will start my camp in Vegas. That's where I am right now, and probably, yeah, I'll end a couple weeks over there. But I'm in Vegas.
Like, will your regular coaches for your MMA career be in your corner, or will you bring in new coaches?
They will still be in my corner, but I'm bringing new coach.
Anyone that you're able to share? Like, is it a person that we know?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But like
maybe in 2 weeks.
Okay, but like a boxing coach?
Yes.
Okay, a well-known one?
Very good one.
Okay.
I think it's not about being known. It's about being good.
Okay. And what do you make of the reaction by a lot of the boxing public? A lot of the boxing fans seem upset at Tyson for not defending his title or fighting, and they seem to know a lot of people aren't giving you a chance. I'm sure you've seen some of this stuff, and I know you're going to say the haters, but like, do you laugh at how do you react when you see this stuff? Do you feel like you're being underestimated?
Well, in this case, I would not say it's haters. I think they are right. They have the guy on the other side that is the top of the sport, and there's on the other side they have this guy that they never really see in the boxing match. So there is a question. Some of them, those boxing fans, they might never even watch my fight. So for them, it's like, okay, what's going on? Who is this guy? Which makes sense. I would be asking the same question, and of course. Some people in the boxing world would be upset because it's the position that they wanted to get and they was expecting to be in line. And they have this guy who was just claiming on other tree and suddenly jump and get in the top of the tree that they want to get on top. And I'm like, he didn't even stood in line. So, of course, that will frustrate them.
Right. So you understand to a degree.
I understand them. But listen, you have to chill out because it's happening. You deal with it.
and it's 10 rounds, right?
Yes, it's 10 rounds.
How big are the gloves?
We haven't talked about it, but I think it's gonna be 10.
10 ounce.
Yeah.
Okay, no chance 4 ounce, all that craziness, the MMA stuff, none of that.
No, there's a lot of things for people to digest. So we don't want to put addition things to them to like, this, that, Just give them like regular boxing. Maybe it's down in the future we will figure that out. But there's a lot of things that they haven't digested yet. Right. They are still processing. So don't put them too much. So don't put too much on them.
And just like an hour ago, Jake Paul tweeted to Nate Diaz and he said, I'm giving you the offer after our fight, win or lose, we'll fight in the PFL and MMA, and you get $10 million for that fight. This just happened. And so that made me think, was there any talk with you guys, because I know you're part of like the pay-per-view division for PFL, after this one, then you do MMA with him?
Yes. I mean, there hasn't been a talk, but I think it's quite obvious that we're going to fight on the same card.
Oh, no, I mean you versus Tyson in MMA.
No, I don't think Tyson would do that.
You don't think he'll do it?
That would be a suicidal.
Suicide.
Yeah. That would be a suicide for him.
Okay. By the way, before I let you go, can I ask you about, there was a PFL fighter that sent you a message on Twitter, Natan Schultz, and he was asking for your help. Did you see this situation where his fight got pulled and then they put in Shane Burgos and he said, because you're the fighter rep? Do you have any response to any of this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. And actually, we talk about that. But the thing is that, like, in this situation, it's not that being a fighter rep or advocating for fighter is not like I'm going to be all the time, just go on Twitter and do this and do that, which is not helping. When I saw that, we have a talk. I have a talk with Pete, which they was explaining their position, and now I'm like, yes, but they have their own position. Their own position makes sense, but I'm still like the other fighter on the other side makes sense. At the end of the day, I mean, it was a tough situation, right? It was a tough situation. Let's be honest, because like I really want the guy to have his chance, but in the same time, I'm like, it's not playing fair. Like it's not. I don't know. It was tough for me to be in between, and not to know what to do in that case.
But the answer though is you did look into it and you did speak to them, because I think he was saying, why aren't you doing anything? But the truth is you were, right? You did reach out to PFL and talk to them about it. You did look into it.
Doing something in this case is not good. going on Twitter and maybe say something
Sure.
is not doing something. That will not hurt.
Yeah.
I heard about that. I didn't saw it immediately, but I wake up, I was in Africa, I saw that, and then I check. I'm like, what's going on? I asked and they explained, because at first I'm like, yes, why do they take this guy fight? I mean, it's his spot. Then they kind of like explain. Then it became very hard for me to like say something, That was the situation.
Okay. Yeah.
You were the tough one.
Two last things. What do you think when you think about this fight? How do you see it playing out? What is your vision of the fight, you versus Tyson Fury?
Oh man, he can play out different way, but I think it's gonna try to play me on the distance and maybe drag into the decision. I know a lot of people are just giving me chance if I randomly connect or something, but I'm also working in case we go to decision. I mean, obviously, I would have to break his distance because he's pretty good and on the distance to control his distance and everything. And I will constantly try to break that. That means like have to expose myself and get into. But it's a tough one, and I really want to win this, even if he goes to decision. I don't want to give him a space to make him feel comfortable. He's pretty good when he's comfortable, when he's there, relaxing. Oh, he's pretty good. But let's see how he's going to react when you apply pressure. Not just like want to land some big punch, but keep pushing.
Right.
So I think that would be my approach.
By the way, how much will you weigh for this? How much do you think you'll weigh?
That's a good question because me and my team, we were having a meeting like 2 days ago and we were talking like game plan. And we were like, okay, we're going to have like two alternatives. It's going to be the real game plan going to come out after the weigh-in day because we're going to see how much he weigh and kind of like trying to figure out what he's trying to do.
How much do you think you'll weigh?
I think he'll weigh a lot. If he want to like go into a fight, I think he'll weigh maybe 250 something. If you want to box in the distance.
And what about you?
So I want to be in between, like have like endurance and strength.
Okay.
The best endurance and the best strength that I can have because he's the big guy too. He's a big guy.
Yeah.
And he like to play, sometimes he like to play the dirty boxing. Like you watch him fight Deontay Wilder the second time, he was playing with his weight, leaning on him and get him tired. So those kind of things can be like in his game plan as well.
So maybe like 240,
for that.
something like that?
Huh?
240, something like for you, 240 or something like that?
I can't make 240, bro. It's not possible.
250, 260? What do you think you'll be?
I'll let you know.
All right, fair enough. Last thing, what is the message to everyone who said you screwed up, you outpriced yourself, you have the ego, you have this and that, all those promoters that were so quick to say, no, we don't want to do business. Everyone who counted you out for all those months, you stayed patient, you kept your mouth shut, you did the work behind the scenes. What is your final response to those people?
I stay patient, I keep my mouth shut because work in silence and let the result make the noise for you. The result is making the noise. And at the end of the day, I get the win, So, and then for some people, I mean, you can control people and I will not be here like trying to answer to them. Some of them, they were just saying that because they just feel like this is too much high for their level. They didn't even step in. It's like you're walking in the gym and you see this guy sparring and you just like scare and say, oh, he hit too hard. And then you walked out. You don't want to spar with him. You never step in the octagon with him or in the mat with him. So that was the most part. But my message for them, remember, I'm Francis Ngannou. I always get things done. Period.
You got the boxing.
And please, wash me and our clothes for me.
Yes, amen. And you got the boxing fight done. You got the MMA. The last thing is the movie on your life. That needs to happen. People don't realize what you've been through. That's the last one, in my opinion.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that's still going to happen in my life. So if we start the movie now, we are not even halfway to the movie. We are not even halfway. The movie going to be at the end. If we do a movie now, it's going to be a spoil.
I love it. I love it, Francis. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations, my friend. Well done. Good luck in training.
Thank you.
And thank you, as always, for the time. Félicitations. Incredible what you've done. It's really amazing.
Thank you, Aaron. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon. There he is.
Mon ami.
Yes, toujours. There he is, the one and only Francis Ngannou. Wow, what a story. How could you not be happy for that man? How could you not be happy? Honestly, how could you not be happy? And what about all those people who said that it was going to be an exhibition? Not only is he going to count per Francis on the actual records of one Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury, it appears as though they may be working on a belt situation, but even so, like, who cares? Does anyone really care about the belt? No one really cares about the belt. If that's going to, if that's going to get everyone's panties in a bunch, who cares? But all we wanted was the fight result to be on the record, whether it's 1-0 for Francis, 0-1 for Francis, whether it's the 1 for Tyson Fury. That, to me, is what makes it interesting. I mean, that is big time stuff. That is big time stuff. I'm excited. Guys, I'm excited. Are you excited? Who's excited?
Oh, I'm excited.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Watch party?
Oh, yeah, I'm down. Good idea.
It's boxing. It's not MMA. Just throw that out there.
I mean,
What?
it's worthy of a watch party.
My daughter's birthday, October 28th. I'm busy. Anyway, let's move on to our next guest. Our next guest has some big news of his own. He's got something to get off his chest as well. I'm very excited about this one. So we go from Francis's big news to Michael Venom Page, obviously one of the most popular fighters in Bellator, has been doing huge things under their banner. One of the most entertaining fighters in the sport of mixed martial arts, hailing from the United Kingdom. Now kind enough to join us. Let's see what he has to say. There he is, Michael Venom Page. Hello, MVP. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, man. How you doing? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you as always. Oh, look at that shirt. It's very apropos for today. OF, it's Monday. I love it. I love this. Okay, so, I was told by, I'm being 100% transparent here. I was told by your manager, agent, Adi Attar, that you have some news to share. And so I feel like we shouldn't beat around the bush. Let's get to the news, and then I ask you some questions about the news. Does that sound good?
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. So I am currently unemployed.
Congratulations. What does that mean?
So I'm officially, I think it hasn't happened for me since like after my second fight. I'm officially a free agent.
Wow.
No longer with Bellator at the moment. So just exploring this space currently.
Okay, this is huge. Let me ask you, when did you become a free agent?
Quite recently. So a couple of months back, we were trying to organize, get a fight going, and then just time had run out, contract-wise. So, spoke to Bellator, speaking to the management team, and I was just like, I do want to explore this space just to see. For me, it's more. I just want to see what I'm valued at. I want to see my worth.
And we've talked about this a little bit in the past. Contract stuff, happiness, what you're worth, all that and more. Would you say that this is something that you specifically wanted to do, or were you convinced? Like when you had your last Bellator fight, did you say, all right, there's a chance this could be it for now and I'm going to explore, or is this something that just kind of came up recently?
No, it's something that came up because, to be fair, I hadn't really been paying attention to the time I had left on the contract. And I think that there obviously just been a lot of stuff happening even on Bellator side, because normally they're quite sharp on that as well. But then when we were talking about, the next, what I'm going to be doing next couple of fights, obviously the goal is to go back for that belt. That Amosov fight looks really good. So I was like, yeah, let's figure out how we're going to get there. And looking at everything, we're like, oh, snap. Well, we need to kind of renegotiate first anyway. So then we kind of sat down. I was like, it kind of puts us in a different position now. So what do you want to do? And then obviously thinking about it, I was like, I think it's time for me to just explore what else is out there. It doesn't mean I'm not going to go back with Bellator. It just means I want to see, what other people think of MVP, how other people value MVP, and what I bring to the cage, what I bring to an arena, what I bring every time I turn up. So yeah, it's just it's like I said, it's an interesting time for me now.
Oh yes, extremely interesting. Your last fight in Bellator was in March. Was this one of those contracts where they could have gotten another fight in by X amount of time, but because that time elapsed, you became a free agent?
Exactly that. So, but I think all of us missed it. Weirdly enough, I think it's just one of those ones that we just all missed. It was an exciting, quick fight. There was a lot of, I was actually eager to try and get something going again. Obviously, they were sorting out their own shows and getting that in place. But nobody really looked at contracts until we actually was like, okay, what's the next move? And it was, I think it was Audi, or one of the guys in the team was like, oh yeah, you're up. So, like I said, it just put us in an interesting situation to kind of, for me to make a decision on where to go or what to do next kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously to the public, I don't think anyone knew this. I didn't see this reported anywhere. Have you guys already started to tell other promotions, or does no one know?
We have to come to you first, Ariel, man. You already know this.
All the MMA promotions watching right now probably hitting you or Audi up as we speak. Well, this is very interesting. Free man.
Yeah.
Wow. How does it feel?
Definitely. Like I said, it's a new space for me. It's not something that I've never been in this place. Outside of it was my second fight, and that's when Bellator, first was interested in me, and I was getting interest from a few other shows at the time. But since obviously signing with Bellator, I've kind of never looked back, and I've had a great ride. I've enjoyed that journey, and like I said, it doesn't mean the journey stopped here. It just means I'm just having a look.
Yeah. Everyone deserves that. Everyone deserves to know what they're worth. It's fun to test the waters. Even if you jump back into the same pool in the end, it's fun to know what's out there. Do you think this is a product, the whole thing of like missing when the contract was going to end? They're in a bit of a transitional period now. We don't really know what's going to happen. Do you think this was a product of that? There's some other stuff going on with a potential sale.
Yeah, because like I say, they're normally a lot sharper on that, and even usually when you've still got a few fights left, they're already talking about what the progression is. So I think there's a lot going on in the back office with their potential transition as well, and new owners and so on and so forth. So I definitely feel like they kind of missed something there. But yeah, I think things happen for a reason, in my opinion. I think it all happened for me to be able to have this space now and to make this decision to actually, say to myself, okay, cool, let me explore the waters, the MMA ocean, and see what bites.
And wouldn't you know it, in just 5 days' time at the O2 in London, the UFC is in town. You know what has to happen. Are you going to turn up over there? Are you going to be there in the front row checking out?
I'm definitely going to be there, man. I'm a fan of this. Definitely going to be there.
Are you there as a guest, or are you there? Are you showing up on your own? How's this going down?
Yeah, I'm there as a guest. Obviously, the Paradigm guys, they got people about. So I'm just gonna tag along with them and then enjoy the show.
Do you usually go when the UFC is in town?
Yeah, I went to the last one. It just depends, because sometimes I'm fighting. Depends who's fighting as well. I'm a fan of Tom, so I kind of want to see him now that he's come back. I kind of want to see him perform. So yeah, no, if I can, I will.
Now, can I be honest with you? Can I tell you my feelings on the matter?
Let's go.
It's been a nice run in Bellator, and they've treated you well. and I think you have been for a very long time one of the faces of Bellator. I think about this potential merger with PFL. PFL, if it ends up there, if Bellator and PFL come together, they're doing some nice things in Europe. They have big plans, and obviously you're a very popular fighter over there. I would love to see you in the UFC. I want to see the MVP product in the UFC. I think I would speak for everyone when I say this. They have the London shows. They have a nice stable of British fighters. But even this particular card, they could have used an MVP, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Like they could. A lot of the fans are upset with the ticket prices. There's no, other than Tom, like some of the big names aren't on it. They could use an MVP.
Yeah.
And I think everyone wants to see like just how far you can go in that UFC welterweight division. And, not to put you on the spot, but I feel like in the back of your mind, you've always wondered that as well, correct?
I'm a person of competition. If there's good competition out there, I always want to. I always see myself, facing these fighters, and like I'd love to know where I'd land. I've sparred some of these guys before, and people don't understand that we don't kiss and tell anyway. But people don't understand that we do a lot of cross sparring, and I have sparred with many of UFC athletes in multiple different divisions. And I kind of know to myself what level I can get to. So, it's definitely something that is going to be in the back of my mind. And it has been, obviously, from when I first even jumped into the sport. UFC was the main brand. There wasn't really anything else about. So that's always, that was always the goal initially. Obviously, times change, loads of different shows now. But there's some fights over there that would be great to have.
Like what? Can you tell us like top fours, top three? Like what comes to mind?
What comes to mind? There's so many fighters out there. I think I'll leave it to the fans and see what would they like to see, because I'm interested in it all.
Oh my God! Now I'm starting to think about it. I'm starting to salivate a little bit. Just something fresh, Oh man, look at that welterweight division. They could really use some new blood. I mean, we could even the obvious is like a Wonderboy Thompson, but I know you're both Paradigm guys, so they may not want that, or maybe they would. I don't know.
That's a great fight. It's obviously because both of our styles so similar. He's an amazing athlete, and I've always been pegged, alongside him, even though we've been in two different shows, just because of our styles.
Yeah.
So it's a great fight. He's a lovely guy, absolutely amazing person.
You versus Michelle Pereira. You versus Jack Della Maddalena. You versus Ian Gary. Just as as an intro, right? I mean, those are big time fights.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, I think a fight like that in the UK, I think the fans would definitely have appreciated that one. There's options.
Were you looking at what happened to Michael Chandler, the way his star has grown since coming over, and you're like, I wonder if this could happen to me too? Because you guys were like lifers for Bellator for so long. Like, did you look at that and part of you say, like, man, look how much more popular and bigger he got since jumping over there?
Not really. I think what he's got is because of his work and how talented he is as a fighter. So, obviously, again, they are a marketing machine. They are a beast when it comes to the MMA world. They've dominated it for so long. So yes, naturally, having that association is gonna exacerbate your brand. It's gonna really lift anybody that kind of joins. But I've managed to create a lot of noise and not even be a part of it. So I've already known for a long time, if I was to have partnered, or I am to have partnered with the UFC, I know it reverberates around the world. So, and then especially once I get into that cage, people are going to realize the level of MVP.
It's a crazy thing. Last May, I remember speaking to you right afterwards. We all watched it when you fought Logan Storley, and I thought you won that fight. If you just actually watched it, like a naked eye would say, oh, he's taking you down. But if you looked at damage, I actually thought you won that fight. If you actually get the nod in that fight, you're still champion. Maybe you can't test the waters, right? Because of the Champions Clause. Exactly. Isn't that a crazy thing?
Exactly. And that's what I say, things happen for a reason. And I don't like to spend too much time being upset about anything that happens. We all have emotions, so I think it's important to acknowledge those emotions. So I could be frustrated with that win, but acknowledge it for a specific amount of time and then get straight back to work. It was supposed to happen that way. And as you say, it definitely wouldn't have happened if had I won that fight.
Wow, that is unbelievable. Now, obviously, you've talked about boxing as well. You have a great affinity. Is this something you're going to explore too? Maybe MMA isn't the next step.
Yeah, but that's the cool thing about the position that I'm in at the moment. Because I've done so much, I have a lot of options on the table. The boxing guys have been screaming since this whole YouTube thing has kicked off. They've been screaming for me to kind of come back and do boxing and bring my style and entertainment to the boxing world. So I got offers over there. My home is always going to be MMA. So regardless, you know, if I'm able to do MMA and then tap in and out to different things, then I will. But it's definitely MMA for me.
Have you talked to your friend KSI? He's got potentially a big fight coming up in October against Tommy Fury. Any chance you would consider fighting on that card? That would be a big deal, right?
Yeah, again, I work quite closely with KSI and his team. So, yeah, there's always, you know, we can try and match you up with this and we can try and do this. That options I think is always going to be available for me. So, and they're very excited for me to be able to, you know, make an appearance there. But nothing in stone yet, no.
Okay. And are you leaning in one direction, like in a particular direction, or one sport over the other? Like, are you leaning in any sort of way at the moment?
Weirdly enough, at first I was like trying to play out everything and almost stressing myself out because I'm like, I feel like this is, you know, I don't want to make the wrong decision if that even. And then I was like, I'm in such a great position because of what I've established for myself and the brand that I've created for myself. I'm in a good position with loads of offers on the table. I just need to, whatever resonates with me, the people that I, you know, the next few conversations and meetings that I'm going to be having, whoever resonates with me, and I go with my energy. If I feel like it's the right thing to do, I'm just going to go with that. And I just think I'm in a position where I've got you know, a few good options on my left and I've got a few good options on my right. So it's a great position to be in.
There's also, you know, Big Francis, who we just spoke to. He's got that big event coming up as well. I mean, there's a lot of interesting spots for you, I would say, at the moment.
That's what I mean. There's a lot happening in the combat world at the moment. So I'm in a good space.
Is there an exclusive or like, is there any of that stuff going on, exclusive matching period, or are you like free? Like, could you sign with someone today, with someone outside of Bellator today?
No, they still have right to match.
Okay.
For a little while longer. I'm not sure that I'll leave it to the guys to sort out the specifics, but they have a right to match period. But that stuff doesn't really. But I don't think they're gonna. If I, you know, wanted to leave, I don't think I got a good enough relationship with Bellator and the guys. I don't think they're gonna play that card or that game. They'll probably be like, yeah, that's cool, you know, shake hands. We've done so much great work together. They've allowed me to. They've just magnified my being, magnified who I am on their stage, and we've had a great relationship. We've had a couple rocky things in the past, but it's been rectified quite quickly, and I'm very appreciative of them.
If this is the end of your Bellator run, favorite moment?
Oh, favorite moment. It's between two. I think the most memorable moment, weirdly enough, was yesterday. Was its 7-year anniversary of the cyborg knee.
Oh wow, that's crazy! 7 years, holy smokes!
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. So that's definitely gonna have to be up there with one of my highest and biggest moments. But also, weirdly enough, I think it was more just the whole occasion, the people that were like present there. Was my fight when I had the Infinity Stones.
Oh yeah.
And I had Chris Pratt randomly turn up. 50 Cent was there. We had so much. The place was just echoing. So much noise in that place. So much like UK faces and celebrities that were around, and I felt amazing that day. And I think my performance showed. Obviously, I didn't get the spectacular knockout, but at the same time, I'm up against Caveman Rickles, that is one of a stupidly tough guy, and I made him quit. So it also made a statement at the same time. So it was that was a magical moment for me as well.
By the way, are you and 50 Cent still friends? I saw you together with him recently. You guys are still boys?
Yeah. Yeah.
From that, like from him sponsoring the tournament and all that, you stayed friends.
Yeah. So when he came over to Bellator, obviously my character was shining, and he wanted to meet me. We've spoken quite a few times since. I'm hoping to do some work with him as well in future. So yeah. Still cool, man.
And what's up with you in DC? I saw you take a picture with him at the gym. Is he teaching you some wrestling? What's happening over there?
To be fair, I'm definitely looking to go back and spend some time with him and the guys at the gym there. But that time, just because I had my fight coming up, I wasn't able to actually get in the class and actually train. But my teammate Norbert Navenyi did, and he was doing some wrestling with the guys, and it was good to kind of just be around it and finally meet. And I've been in the game so long, and I've never actually met him, so that was the first time we actually met.
I love seeing you with Izzy and stuff, like when you guys were in Florida. Celebrating with all the guys. What a scene that was.
Yeah.
With, I think like Chuck and Tito, all those dudes were there. That's crazy, right?
That was a movie. Seriously, it was a movie. Like the event, him, his performance, going out with him afterwards, spending time with everybody. Like everybody was there. The picture that I took that everybody just went crazy about with like all of us in it. And then went to his house, chill afterwards. It was just an amazing time.
Would you ever consider training with him?
Cool time. Oh, 100%. We've already spoken about going over that side and doing some work with the guys over there. So yeah, 100% that's gonna happen.
Oh man, so many options for you. Sky's the limit now. When would you like to make a decision by? Is there a time frame in your mind?
No, I'm not in a position where I feel like I need to rush. Or make any kind of rash decisions. I got a good team around me, and I always like to sit down and speak with them about things and play out different scenarios because I'm a very visual person. So, like I said, I'm in a very good place to just hear options and then sit with it for a little while and then make a decision.
Would you like to fight again this year?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the thing. Even though the focus is obviously the MMA, remember, I can still fight in boxing. So, or bare knuckle again,
Okay.
I've got options. So in terms of performing, I'm 100% going to be performing again. Whether it be in MMA, I'm not sure.
You want to do that bare knuckle thing again?
I don't like losing, so it may happen again.
Oh, you're going to run it back with Mike?
He'd want to run it back, and I definitely want to run it back. So, I'm just making stuff up here, but
yeah.
I'll definitely be up for it.
Any talks yet? Like, have they reached out?
No, well, yeah. Obviously, I've spoken to Dave a little while back. It's been so busy, and they've been putting on some great shows as well. So it's been busy for him. So I haven't actually made a decision. I'm literally just freestyling right now. But
yeah, I like that.
Definitely, my family would hate me because like they don't want me to do it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had fun.
You never have any damage on your face after a fight, so it was like a little bit shocking to see you.
Yeah, it's different. I think he's had a couple of interviews recently. He's definitely found his place.
Yeah.
Bare knuckle. But at the same time, I don't feel like I lost that. So definitely want to run that back.
What's fun about this particular scenario with you is that you're now a free agent, but like you can go 3 different routes: MMA, boxing, bare knuckle. When usually it's either like one or the other, or maybe 2 out of the 3. So this is going to be a very interesting story to follow. Are you gonna meet with the UFC brass on Saturday? And do you need me there? I could jump on a jet or something. Do you need me there for the meetings, or are you good?
I think Audie's the main man.
Okay, all right. I'm not trying to step on his toes. I just didn't know if you need backup.
You can come and chill though. You could definitely come and chill.
I can fire up. It's the song of the summer. I was just in London not that long ago, and one guy came up to me because he knows that he knows I'm down, and he's like, the song of the summer is Sprinter by Dave. What a song! I can't stop singing that song.
Yeah.
I play.
Weirdly enough, that was actually playing not too long ago.
Is it true? Is it the song of the summer?
It's popping, but at the same time, there's a guy called, I don't know if you know, there's a guy called Jay Huss who has just dropped his album, and his album is fire.
Really?
Like, it is.
Is it UK hip hop? I like UK hip hop better than American hip hop now. UK. How do you spell his last name?
So the HUS, Jay Huss.
Okay. JAY?
Just Jay.
Just Jay.
Just Jay and Huss.
It's better than Sprinter? Sprinter is fire.
I'm putting you on right now. Trust me.
Okay,
I'm putting you on.
Right after the show, I'm downloading it. Jay Huss. Okay, I'll let you know. I'll give you my full review. This is very exciting. Frank, we need breaking news music.
Oh, yeah.
We should have done that at the beginning. We're a little bit late with the breaking news, 25 minutes later. But nevertheless, exciting news. Thank you for coming on and sharing it with the world on this program. It means a lot to us. Really, really appreciate it. Good luck. This is fun. Enjoy all of this. This is fun when all the suitors come out and you get to see. Take your time. Don't listen to anyone who doesn't really truly care for you. You don't need me to tell you all this, but you're in a good spot. And I can't. And by the way, just make us a promise. Even if you sign with someone who may not be a fan, when you make the announcement, come back on and tell us about it. All right? Don't just give us the first announcement. You got to get the full.
You already know, man. I've got so much respect for you, man. Love for you. So
Same here.
I'll be back.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it very much. Congrats and good luck to you, my friend. Can't wait. And I if they show you on TV on Saturdays sitting in the front, oh, look who it is. It's MMA superstar. Then we know something is up. So I'll be waiting for that, my friend. Enjoy the show on Saturday.
Take care, man. See you.
There he is, the great MVP with some breaking news. Oh, this is exciting. If they show him on Saturday sitting in the front row, look who it is. It's MMA superstar Michael Venom Page. You know something is up, right? I mean, that was like they did it with Ben Askren back in the day. Who did they do it with? They did it with Jake Shields. Remember that? Oh my gosh, Michael Venom Page. I am currently unemployed. No one's ever been happier saying that line than MVP, right? I mean, he's always happy. He's always smiling. But that is interesting stuff. Do you guys agree with me? It would be fun to see him in the UFC. Could you imagine him versus Wonderboy, him versus Ian Gary, him versus Jeff Neal, him versus Michel Pereira? Like those, like just to jump in, right? Like the 9 to 15 range. That would be fun, right?
Sign me up.
Yeah, I like it. Michael Chandler's an example of somebody. You just throw him right in the deep end and let's see where he's at. I love that idea.
Man. MVP in the UFC. It's always been something that we've wanted to see. And what a run he had in Bellator. Not necessarily saying that it's done, but his third... Bless you. Was that a sneeze?
Thank you. Yeah. He tried to get as far away from the mic as
No,
possible.
it's all good. It's all good.
Rick left his on,
No, listen. These things happen. His fourth pro fight was in Bellator. Then he fought one more for Super Fight League. But since then, it's been all Bellator. Since his Bellator debut was in March of 2013. Unbelievable run.
10 years. Wow.
And you know what's crazy about his run? So he had the title fight, which he lost. He 14-1. He gets to 14-0, the big Paul Daly fight. He loses to Douglas Lima, and that was by far the worst loss of his career. Then he wins, all the way to the Logan Storley fight, which I thought he won, and that's his only other loss. I mean, it's a tremendous record. Lost fair and square to Douglas Lima. I thought the Lima fight was, the Storley fight was he beat Lima, by the way, via split decision later on in 2021. But that is an amazing run. And then remember the Goichi Yamauchi fight back in March with the horrific leg break.
It'd be amazing to see him in the UFC. It'd be awesome.
I think it would be big business. Do you guys think he goes there?
If I was PFL, I'd try and get him.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that would be a good one for PFL. All right, let's see. Also would make total sense for the KSI, boxing world too, right? He's boxed before. He's friends with KSI. They've got a big show supposedly in October if this Tommy Fury fight happens. All right, we can talk more about that later on. But for now, let us move along to our next guest. We last saw her in action on the 24th of June. She won her 5th fight in a row. And I thought it was by far her best fight ever in the UFC. And she's had some solid ones and some very impressive performances. But this TKO win over Amanda Ribas, a very fun fight and a very fun finish as well. She's one of the top fighters at 125 pounds. She's the great Maycee Barber. It's been a while. There she is. Hello, Maycee. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? It has been so long.
Why have you been so hard to book? You've been elusive. What is going on?
I have not. I've literally been...
This
has been something that we tried to get on together, and it was just like the timing for you, the timing for me didn't work out. So glad we're finally doing it.
Yes.
A month later.
I'm sorry. Yes, I've reached out a couple of you were flying, this, that, but I really wanted to have you on. So thank you for the time. We appreciate it. By the way, do you agree with that statement? Was that your best fight in the UFC?
I think it was one of my best fights. Yeah. I feel like I've finally like shown like the whole evolution of me as a fighter and me as a person. And I think that, you know, I'm finally coming into like the old dominance that I had and the new skills and the wisdom and all of that from like, you know, the experiences. So yeah, I definitely would agree.
Is it just a time thing? Is it just like life, you mature, you evolve, or are there other things at play here that are making you fight like this?
I think it's everything. I mean, I think it's, for one, I mean, it's frustration of however many decisions I've gone to in the last few fights. You know, that's not the kind of fighter that I want to be, and that's not the kind of performer that I want to be. And then also, I mean, the team, you know, I've finally settled into a camp and a team that I'm very happy with, and I'm very confident in the coaches and just the environment, you know, to be on a 5-fight win streak with them together. And also like all my wins have come from there, you know, and I think it's everything as a collection.
I wonder, and I don't know if you feel the same, but like the whole thing with you at the beginning about being the youngest champion in UFC history, that was just pressure that you were putting on your shoulders. No one was really putting that on your shoulders. You wanted it. You were very vocal about it. In retrospect, was any of that a mistake?
I don't think so, because I feel like that got me a lot of attention. It got me a lot of eyes. And yeah, of course, I mean, was it a goal that like was an easy to attain goal? And was it probably a little bit like with my head in the clouds? Sure. But at the same time, like, who doesn't want to either root for someone or tear someone down who's trying to go for something big, you know? And I think that for me, like, if I just set my goal on like, oh, I just want to win this next fight, well, then it's like, all right, cool, I did that. And it's not as like fulfilling, you know? And if I'm like, all right, well, I want to be the youngest UFC champion, it wasn't completely out of the question. Was it a hard goal to reach? Yeah. Did I make it? No, I didn't. But I feel like it gave people something to jump onto and either love it or hate it. And for me, it was something that, you know, it taught me a lot of lessons. I put a lot of pressure on myself, and I learned a lot.
Are you disappointed that you didn't reach that goal?
No, because it was not like the only goal that I had in my life. You know, it was just a goal that I was like, all right, here's a milestone that I could try and reach. You know, here's a record that I could try and break. And it doesn't matter whether I'm the youngest champion or not the youngest champion. I'm going to be the champion, and that's all that matters to me at the end of the day. So for me, it's like, it would have been cool, but at the same time, it's like, I'm going to be the champion no matter what.
How far do you think you are from that discussion at this point? 5 in a row. Your last loss was to the current champ. Very impressive last win. At this juncture, how far do you think you actually are?
You know, I really think it's all timing. I think, you know, if fights play out how they're going to play out, or how we think they might play out, then who knows? You know, maybe they'll give me a shot against Alexa. If not, I'll probably be like maybe 1 or 2.
Okay. You think that you could fight?
I could foresee that.
Which one? Option A or B?
Both.
Okay.
I think it really just depends, you know, because I have said it time and time again. I want to fight Alexa whether she has the belt or not. And that's something because I want, as a fighter and as my evolution, again, to show that evolution, I want to fight her whether I have the belt or not. And so, or whether she has the belt or not. So if she loses the fight to Valentina, then sure, I'll take the fight. But if she wins the fight to Valentina and they want to give me a title shot, sure, why not? You know, either way, I want to fight a rematch. However, you never know how things are going to play out, injuries and all of that, and just timing and matchups. So, I mean, if I'm offered a matchup that I love, then why not take another fight and then go fight for the belt? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Is it strictly because she is your last loss, or is there another reason why you want that fight so badly?
I think it's because it was one of my losses, obviously, you know, and then the other is I know that how I felt in the 3rd round. I know what I'm capable of, and I know the camp that I had to prepare for that fight. Not taking away from my performance, I was ready to fight. When I walked into the cage, I knew, you know, I believed that I could win. But I feel like I'm a completely different fighter today than I was in that fight, and that's why I want that fight back.
What was wrong with that camp?
It just wasn't something that, you know, I was proud of. I came off of a very strong injury. Mentally, I was not prepared for that. fight at all. You know, it was probably one of the only camps that I just didn't want to fight that day. You know, I woke up and I was just like, I don't want to be here.
Oh.
And I've never felt that in my entire life. It just like from a mental side, I just wasn't in it.
Wow. Even in the arena, in the locker room, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I like to admit, but the day of the fight, I literally like cried. I was like, I just didn't want to be there. And at the same time, again, it takes nothing away from Alexa. Alexa's an amazing fighter, and she won it with skill and with technique and with everything she needed to win it with. But for me, it was just like, I gave it my all, and my all was not in it, you know, and that's not the fighter that I am. I'm a fighter that goes out and is like excited to fight and ready to fight and wants it, you know, and on that day, like I wasn't confident in the preparation that I had, if that makes sense.
Is that why you were crying, or was it because of something else?
It sounds so terrible. Is that why you're crying?
No, I mean, like,
no, I guess it was. It was just like it was an emotional time. You know, COVID had also put a thing where we had like the quarantine, and you couldn't have the people there. And I really like, I feed off of knowing that like I have my people with me. And I had a lot of things, you know, in camp. I don't really want to share necessarily, but like between family and coaching and just everything, like it didn't come together. And in that entire camp, I was just like, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel right at all. And it just wasn't ready for it. I just wasn't ready for it.
Understood. And just curious, did you consider not fighting that day?
I mean, I remember hearing something about the coaches talking about not fighting.
Oh, wow.
And that was probably what made me the most upset, was feeling like there was people that didn't have the confidence in me in that preparation, you know, and by coaches, there was one coach in specific, and I was like, I love him to death, but to feel that like lack of confidence in me was like, oh damn, am I ready for this? You know, and I don't ever want to question that walking into a fight. You know, it's like, no, we're gonna go in, we're gonna mess some stuff up, you know, and we're gonna go out and beat this girl up. And I just didn't feel that going into this fight. You know, I felt like I was vulnerable and it didn't feel right, you know? Yeah, it just really messed with my head.
Did you switch teams after that fight?
I did.
Wow.
Yeah. After that fight, I mean, to be honest though, I came out of that fight and she had given me a pretty good concussion. That's after that, I took time off, and then I made the decision to switch. And it was in that camp that I was like, all right, I need a complete fresh start, and I need to change it up again. And I tried to go back to Rufus Sport. And that also didn't work, you know, between having time, with all the quarantines. It was like, Duke was like, hey, I'm going to be out for like 20 days. And that wouldn't work going back into a camp. So I decided to make things, change things up and move to a different team, and called Uriah, called Danny, and that's how I ended up at Team Alpha Male. And it was like the best decision I've made so far. Have
you ever felt that way again? I know obviously the winning streak is now, like, it's happened since that fight, but has that feeling ever popped up again?
You know, no, it hasn't. I guess for me, it's just like, it's more frustration that I went through that. But at the same time, like, I learned how important your mental state really is when you walk into a fight. Like, and I know fighters talk about it all the time, like how important your mentality is, because it's just as much as the physical, you know. It's almost like if you can have all the physical skills in the world, but if you're not mentally checked in and ready to go, it's like,
right,
you can't put it together, you know. So for me, I think that switching the camps and also working so hard on that mental preparation, and with that also just comes the team and the belief around you, you know. And for me, I think that's what it is.
What makes Danny such a good coach? Danny Castillo, I'm talking about. Last call, former WC and UFC fighter. It seems like he's really found his groove as a coach. What makes him so good?
You know what I think it is his past career. I think it's him learning from what he wanted to do, what he did, what he could have done, what he did, and just taking that and applying it and taking his career lessons. And as a fighter, I think that fighters that become coaches are just probably some of the best coaches you'll ever see. And I mean, that's a lot of coaches have been previous fighters, but he has the ability to take not just the good things that he did in his career, but also the bad things that he did in his career and the choices that he probably wishes he could have made differently. I see them where he's like, look, you know, you could be, I've done this, so you should do this. Or, you know, he just takes all the lessons and he applies them everywhere. And he's humble enough to do that and to give that insight into a career, you know, and to admit where he feels like he fell short and really capitalize on what he did really well. And I think him applying that, and then also the belief in the fighters, is what makes him a great coach. And on top of that, I mean, he's very selective. He doesn't just work with everybody, you know, like there's coaches that will work with, you know, just about anybody. And that's great. But at the same time, like for fighters that are selfish and want to become the champ, like coaches can't have time for everyone. They have to have time for the ones that really rise to the top. And I feel like he knows that, and he shows that when he works with the certain athletes that he works with.
Do you think Alexa wins on September 16th?
I feel like it's a toss-up because it's really hard to answer that question. I mean, it's not like she went out and just completely dominated Valentina. You know, Valentina made a mistake and Alexa was ready to capitalize on it. And I feel like with this fight, it's like you see the two. They're both highly skilled fighters. They both have very few holes, but they're both able to capitalize on the little holes that each other exposes. So I think it's whoever gives the hole first, you know? It's whoever exposes themselves first that's going to get capitalized on. Because neither one of them is like, oh, it's just a guarantee that this one's going to win. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, not just like, oh, Valentina's got this. Because Alexa's good enough to capitalize on those holes that Valentina shows. And then at the same time, I mean, Valentina has showed it where she was such a dominant champion for so long. The second someone gives a mistake, she's going to capitalize and she's going to tear you up and win. So it's really hard because who do you pick?
Right.
You know, it really is a 50-50.
What about 125 though? For the longest time, it was like Valentina and just a bunch of other fighters. Now, in my opinion, like there's no denying it's the best women's weight class in the UFC and maybe the sport in general. Like the killers that are in that weight class, including yourself and Manon Fiorot. And how about Rose Namajunas now in the weight class as well? Like it's really come a long way. Who other than Alexa, who's obviously the champ, and Valentina, who has impressed you the most at 125? Who's on your radar?
You know, I do agree with you that the 125 division has gotten huge and it has gotten way deeper. At the time, I previously thought that the 115 division was the stacked division because there were so many girls at 115. But now we see girls that can't make the weight or that move up because it's easier to make 125. And they're finding success, you know? And as far as the skill and the girls at 125, I mean, I really thought that Taila Santos was someone that stood out to me, you know, especially when she fought Valentina. I feel like she was winning that fight with Valentina, and had she not gotten that giant egg on her head, I think that fight would have gone a little bit differently, you know. It'll be an interesting matchup with her and Erin Blanchfield. I know that they're fighting, they're scheduled. That'll be interesting because Erin undeniably has an amazing skill set in the grappling game. And she's came through, like, I didn't, like, a year ago, I'm like, I had no idea who that was, you know, and now she's bust on the scene and she's done really well for herself. So that's an interesting matchup that I feel like is, you know, something that we'll get to see. And then Manon, of course, she's also a really good fighter in that division. So honestly, I mean, there's so many girls that are like, it's a stacked division. It's not just one where you're going to see just one champ and just dominate anyway, and like forever, you know, because now that I feel like Valentina's kind of giving up some more, she's making a few more mistakes, and the girls, we're all getting better, and we're going to be able to, you know, continue to capitalize on those mistakes. And it's not just I don't think it's going to be a Ronda Rousey situation where it's just like, oh, she's just beating every girl up, and she's just staying forever. I think that we're going to see the belt change hands several times.
Do you think Rose is going to do well?
The Rose situation.
The Rose situation? Why do you call it that? Situation. What does that even mean?
Because I said that because I don't know if she's going to do well. I think Rose, from a technical standpoint, phenomenal. Like, I think she's incredible fighter. I just think she's really small. And I think that she's small for the division. And I remember when I previously trained with her, like, she's not like some physical girl. She's a technical fighter, and she's highly skilled. But I feel like the girls at 125, there are several girls in that division that have the power and have that, like, I'm just going to break you, you know? And they have the power that she doesn't possess. And I feel like Rose is one of those fighters where if she's on mentally, she's on. But if she breaks and she can get beat. And I feel like that power in the 125 division could break her.
Wow. So you think would you go as far as say it's a mistake for her to be going up?
No, I don't think anything's a mistake. I think that everything you can learn something from, and I think why not try it? You know what? Down to try anything once, you know? Sure. Let her try it. Let her see how she feels. I mean, I could be completely wrong. You know, she could have, in the time, I don't know how much time she's had off, but in that time, I think she could have, you know, maybe she could put on some muscle, maybe she could put on some mass and completely prove me wrong. That was just kind of the first initial reaction when I heard that she was fighting at 125 and fighting men in at that. I was just like, I don't know how that fight's going to go. Yeah, it's a tough fight.
By the way, speaking of former champions, when I say the name Juliana Pena, what is your response?
Everyone keeps asking me that because I've been very vocal about how much. Oh, I'm definitely one to talk shit and say what I think, but at the same time, I just think that was just like, bro, what in the world are you doing, man? Like, she's good for her. Like, she's got some hype behind her because she's talking shit about Amanda Nunes, but oh my gosh, it was interesting. And then the last fight, the girls that just fought the other night, I think that she thinks she's just going to walk through these girls. And I mean, Juliana, again, she's tough. She's one of those girls that could take a punch and keep walking forward. But I mean, I don't think she's like by any means like a dominant female in the division. It's
interesting. A lot more people talk about her, and you could say have a reaction or have thoughts, good or bad, towards her. Do you, in this day and age, do you have to talk shit in order to get to that point? Do you believe that you have to talk shit or no?
I think that if you have to do it and it's fake, I think you don't have to do it. Like, if that's not who you are, like if you're just trying to say it just to start something and to start some drama and get things going, like if it doesn't come naturally, it just comes out cringy, you know? But if you're like, oh, I'm just going to say what I think, and that's just like, if you truly believe it, I say go for it, you know? Like, I could tell you, you know, I don't think the Erin Blanchfield striking looks very good. That's how I feel. But at the same time, she's successful with it. I just don't think she doesn't look like she could strike. You know, she does it well, but that's just something where, like, I could tell you that and just, like, because that's what I believe. But if I'm like, she's terrible, she's this, she's that, and it just doesn't make any sense, then it's just like, I don't know why you're talking.
Is Erin Blanchfield overhyped?
I think that she fought. That's a yes and no answer to me, because I think
that's a sitting on the fence. That's a sitting on the fence response.
This is on the fence, okay?
Okay, fine.
Do I think that she has good grappling? Yes, I do. Do I think that she's beatable? Absolutely. Do I think that I would win against her? I do. At the same time, she fought Miranda Maverick after I exposed that she doesn't have grappling. Obviously, I was too late to capitalize on that. She fought JJ Aldrich, who hasn't been the same fighter after I fought her. JJ Aldrich has not been the same fighter since I finished her. Then she fought Jessica Andrade, who I don't know what is up with her, but she fought her on 4 days' notice, and Andrade has not looked like the same fighter at all, and she moved back down to 115. So I feel like she has taken fights that have, you know, really set her up for success, which is great, good for her. So I think that this will be a good test with her and Tyler Santos.
Okay. Are you a coffee expert?
I think. Am I a coffee expert?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't call myself a coffee expert. I love coffee, though.
Yeah, so do I. And last week on the show, we were talking about my new coffee machine, and the guys in the back were making fun of the way in which I was using it. They said that you have to put your beans in some sort of like air vacuum sealed container and all this other stuff. I have one of these fancy schmancy machines where you put the beans and it grinds it for you. You don't have to get them pre-grinded or anything like that. It's big time. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? What do you do with your beans? Yeah. What do you do with the beans though?
I leave them in the bag in an airtight container, and then when I'm ready to make the coffee, I put the amount of beans in that I'm going to grind.
How do you know how many beans you need?
I'm studying, okay? I was told that you're supposed to measure them by grams.
Oh, I don't even do that.
I haven't started measuring. I just kind of eyeball it. Sometimes I mess it up, but it's fine. But I do know that like don't the beans like absorb the flavor of like if you leave them exposed?
Sure, yeah.
That's what I was told.
But you leave it in the bag. You don't do this container nonsense.
No, I leave it in the bag.
Yeah. What about freezer? Are you a freezer person? Do you put the beans in the freezer?
My beans are right next to my coffee machine.
Okay.
I gotta keep it easy. Gotta keep it accessible.
Yeah, I agree with that. And okay, so you have to measure. Interesting. And what is your go-to? Like, I'm very into. My dream is to open up my own coffee shop. This is my new dream.
Let's open one. Let's
together. We're going into business together. I mean, I hardly really know you. Yeah. I don't know what kind of a business person you are.
Okay, we'll just figure it out.
Halvesies? We're going halvesies?
Halvesies, why not?
All right.
I used to own a coffee shop actually.
You did?
With my family, we had one. Yeah, I bought one when I moved to Wisconsin and to train in Wisconsin. And my mom and I bought a coffee shop. We sold it after having it for like 2 years. And my sister has a coffee shop.
Wow.
She's had one.
Why'd you sell it?
Yeah. Well, we sold it because we flipped it, and I didn't have time to put into the coffee shop, and my family ran it for a while, and yeah, we had one. It was called Black Canyon Coffee in Wisconsin.
Had and was it fun? Like, were you involved or not really?
I was, yeah. It was at the time that I actually was coming off of one of my fights, and I had like a partial tear in my knee, so I had time to go and help out, and it was when I had moved. So we got it up and running. I mean, it was already running. We took it over from someone else, and yeah.
Did you make money?
Yeah, I had some time. I was a barista for a while.
Oh my gosh! So I walk up there asking for my almond cappuccino, and you're the one doing it?
Yeah, yeah, I was.
Well, what is your go-to drink?
Mine is just a latte. I just make an almond milk latte every morning.
But it has to be almond milk, right? Almond milk, though.
It has to be almond milk, yeah. Or I'll do like macadamia nut milk sometimes.
Macadamia nut milk? I never even heard of macadamia.
Yeah,
really?
It's so big.
Oh, now it's getting
like,
crazy.
I think the brand is like Milkadamia or something like that. That's pretty good.
How do you feel about oat milk?
It's okay.
You rolled your eyes at the oat milk.
No, it's just not my go-to.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Would you go oat?
It tastes like
would you go oat over like cow's milk?
Yeah.
Cow's milk
I
just
don't
gross.
drink milk. I just don't like dairy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only time I drink dairy is if it's ice cream. So.
Interesting. You ever try?
You
ever try almond milk ice cream?
I have, but usually it's too icy. You know what I've been doing is there's this new like trend going on with the Ninja Creamy, and you make protein ice cream. So you take almond milk, and then you take a scoop of your favorite protein powder.
Ah.
And then you put, I think they put like sugar-free pudding mix in it, like a scoop of it, and then you just freeze it. You use the Ninja thing, and it's ice cream with almond milk.
Interesting. Okay. Have you tried the Grimace shake?
The what?
The Grimace shake?
No, I don't think so.
Look it up. It's big.
What is that?
It's big on TikTok.
You have to tell me.
It's big on TikTok. Well, I just learned about it last week. You know Grimace from McDonald's? The purple guy?
No. Yes.
There's a shake, a Grimace shake in honor of his birthday, and everyone was making videos purple, and they would drink it and then they would die on TikTok. It's a whole thing. Just it's a whole. I learned about it. I'm not that hip, but you're like 25, so I figured that you would know about the Grimace shake.
I'm not on TikTok like that. I try. I'm trying to be on TikTok, but I don't scroll through TikTok.
Okay, fair enough. Post and leave.
I post and walk.
Yeah.
Post and walk away. Yep.
Sort of like your fight, your last one. You know, you hit and you walk away.
Walk away.
Congratulations. Great to have you on. Thanks for squeezing us into your very busy schedule, for carving some time out.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for getting me in.
And we'll talk offline about the coffee shop.
Perfect.
All right. I look forward to it. Thanks, Maycee. Talk to you soon. Yep. There she is, Maycee Barber. We're about to be business partners, guys. This is going to be great. Frank, you're not allowed.
It was a popular thing on TikTok.
What?
It's no longer.
It's still popular. It's still a thing, all right? All that food talk. In the past, I would have made a joke about our next guest, but he's not into all that anymore. Now he's svelte. Now he's like 185 pounds. It's unbelievable. Oh, my God. What a great pleasure and honor it is to be joined once again. Every single day where I meet people, especially kids, they say, you know what my favorite interviews are? Your interviews with Rampage Jackson. I'm like, you were in your father's nutsack when I was interviewing at Rampage Jackson back in 2009. You weren't even born. You weren't even alive. You weren't even a thing. You were a twinkle in your father's eye, maybe your mother's eye as well. But they have lived and they have thrived and they have prospered on. And so here we are to add a new chapter to the book. Quinton Rampage Jackson. He's here. What's happening, my man? Long time.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, my gosh. I was going to say, this is a fantastic looking room that you're coming to us from. And then I saw you move ever so slightly, and I realized it's fugazi.
It's fugazi, man. I don't want y'all seeing my room. I don't need y'all seeing all that where I dwell.
You know, I just would love to know what goes into the thought of you picking this particular room at. Like, why did you choose this particular one?
Because it looks like I'm in Paris.
It does. I was gonna say that. Yeah, the little like balcony over there. It's nice.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was really nice. You know what I'm saying? It looked really nice and clean. I like it.
I like it too. Why Paris though? Does Paris have a special place in your heart?
Because Kanye made that song "Niggas in Paris," so you know.
What is that? Wow, that's weird. When you drink, like your shirt goes away.
Does it? I get topless.
Oh my god!
Oh, yeah.
This is amazing. Topless. It's so nice. Oh, look at that! Wow, that is weird.
I disappeared.
What is that drink? Is this a sponsor of yours? Is this your drink? Everyone has a drink now.
Well, yeah, that's the new healthy energy drink, F3.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sponsored. I guess you can say that.
Okay, look at you. Well, you're doing a lot of big things. There's a lot that I want to talk to you about, Rampage. It's been a while. I've been following your journey on Instagram. You're one of my favorite follows. By the way, are you posting all that stuff yourself? I mean, some of the stuff is a little too snazzy, I feel like, for you.
Like, what you mean, too snazzy?
I mean, there's graphics, there's pictures, there's word. You're not sitting there editing that stuff.
No, I don't know how to edit it, but I got people to help me out with stuff like that.
Well, it's nice. I like it. Kudos to them. But what I really like, these workout videos that you're posting, you've lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, I lost a lot of weight, man.
How much so far?
Close to like 30 pounds, 35 pounds maybe.
What's been the secret?
Well, I've been on this journey for a while, and I guess I was doing everything wrong, but I teamed up with one of my longtime friends. You know, I've always noticed he was in good shape. I was like, man, let me go and train with this guy. And my friend Sean Reyes, he's on Instagram. He the one that's in the videos with me. This guy is an animal, the most disciplined guy I've ever met. So he got me fasting for 24 hours, except for on the weekends I do 48 hours. So I don't eat on Sundays.
What?
And then I work out 6 times a week, and no sugar and no carbs.
Wait a second. You're fat. You're not eating on Sunday. How long are you fasting during the week?
Just 24 hours. So I eat once a day. After I eat, then I eat again the next 24 hours.
Come on. What time do you eat?
Normally when I get done working out, so around about 6:30, 7 p.m.
So you're not eating anything from the morning, the moment you wake up all the way till 6:37. You're working out on an empty stomach?
Yeah, I haven't eaten anything since Saturday night at 5 o'clock.
Come on. Are you starving right now?
I was starving last night before I went to bed, but I drink my BCAAs, and this F3 actually keeps me energized, and it makes me feel good, fills me up.
And the meal that you're having, what kind of meal is it? The one meal.
Every day I eat the same shit. I feel like a dog right now. I eat the same exact thing every goddamn day.
What is it?
Steak, eggs, and sweet potatoes. And I drink my vegetables most of the time.
Wow. And who's making your steak?
I have a friend here that cooks for me.
Must be nice. You got a guy who cooks for you?
Yeah, because I can't cook. I don't know how to cook.
He comes to your house?
No, he stays here with me. He cooks for me every meal.
Wow, he lives with you?
Yeah, he lives downstairs, and he cooks everything for me.
Wow, well, just one meal a day. It's not a bad gig.
Well, before I used to eat 3 meals a day, but now, it's 1 meal a day, and it's a pretty big meal.
It's so there's some talk online. You know, you and I, we're actually kindred spirits. We're actually a lot more alike.
Well, what do you mean, Kendricks? What are you trying to say? I'm straight, brother. I don't know.
No. We're actually cut from the same cloth, because I noticed, and you're alpha like me. Like, I like my steak well done, and I think you like your steak well done too.
Yeah, I like my steak. But I noticed when I posted that, a lot of people was making fun of me. I'm like, come on, man. I can't eat no steak like this. Only one thing I eat: pink.
I don't know what you're talking about, bubble gum or something.
I
But
know. I'm sure you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sure of it.
listen,
Hey, but I did see you flirting with your last guest, man. What's up, ain't you
what?
married?
No, what you talking
Yeah,
about?
I saw it. I saw the Riz. I saw it, bro.
Yo,
Talking about coffee shop and everything. She was very good looking. I don't blame you. I'm like halfway proud of you, but ain't you married, bro?
I am married, happily married.
Hey, since you broke up my happy relationship with that stripper years ago, I think I need to come and cock block on you somewhere. I got to pay you back.
Listen, I could teach you a thing or two about Riz. They don't call me Ariel Rizwani for nothing.
Man, you know what? I believe you. I believe you do got a lot of chicks that like you, because I bet you they just be daydreaming about sitting on your nose.
I knew you were going there. I could have predicted that. I saw it coming a mile away. By the way, you just actually revealed something to us.
What?
That girl was a stripper. You never told me that.
Oh, damn. I thought
I thought she was the one. If she was a stripper, she wasn't the one. I did you a favor.
No. She was the one, because we used to have a lot of fun. That's what I cared about. I married a girl like that. A girl that lets me, enjoy myself with other girls and don't trip and do it. Man, that's wifey material right there.
That is, yeah, I guess for some.
But for alpha, you got to be alpha to be the type of man that likes a company of more than one woman.
Sure. And what about now? How are things in that regard?
Yeah, now I'm good. I'm happy. I'm doing my thing.
What does that mean?
I mean, I don't got time. Listen. I'm working with the UFL. We trying to come up and trying to be like one of we're the first organization that giving fighters benefits. And I F3, I got to push. I'm really busy at my work now. I'm CEO of a women's pro wrestling league, UWW. Man, I'm working a lot. I don't got time to be like chasing a bunch of women and stuff like that. I'm chasing dreams. I'm trying to build something for the MMA community.
You're single.
Yeah.
I don't believe this for a second.
I'm single. I'm single like the last Pringle.
You're single, not mingling?
Nah. I do my thing, but I haven't got no girl. You know what I'm saying? I don't got nobody to call my own.
Well, if you need help in that regard, I'm happy to help you. I'll put you in touch.
What's up with the last girl you just interviewed? What's her name?
That's Maycee Barber. She's a UFC star, 5 in a row.
Oh, she a UFC star?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What she got going on? What's up with
her? By the way,
she might be too young for me.
She's 25. What are you? You're like 48 at this point.
I don't go no further than 21.
Okay.
21, my cutoff.
Perfect. Actually, I want to mention the UFL. This is very interesting what you're doing with these guys. This is what I've been told. Tell me if this is right. Okay. All fighters under multi-fight contracts get health care, get life insurance, and get shares in the company. Is that accurate?
Correct.
That's what I've been told.
That's correct, Amundo. And that's the reason why Harrison Rogers started, the F3 energy drink and protein cookie and other ventures, so they get more shares. So the fighters will get more money down the road. He really wants to take care of the fighters, and that's why I decided to join forces with this guy, man. He's one of the best. I really look up to him, and he's teaching me a lot about business. And I'm just really honored to even know a person like this who's really looking out for the fighters.
And so I've been told that their next show is August 12th, UFL 3. It's live on Rumble. It's in Arizona. And they're currently running a Grand Prix tournament across 4 weight classes: bantamweight, featherweight, welterweight, and middleweight in the men's division. And in the bantamweight division for the women, they will culminate in the crowning of 5 UFL world champions on December 16th this year. By the way, I feel like I'm promoting this better than you. I mean, I feel like I need to get a cut. Come on.
Bro, you are. Hey, I would actually love for you to be involved somehow.
Oh.
Is there anything you have in the room where you can come and help us out? Because I think you and UFL have the same journey to look out for the MMA fighters. And if this league grows, a lot more MMA fighters would be more successful. And he's trying to make everybody millionaires. You know his slogan is?
I do know it. It's fight with us, not for us. Is that not it?
Well, I think that's one of them. But the one he says personally, like I don't know if he says it on camera. I guess not. Is Everybody Eats. That's the one I like. Everybody Eats. And my son is making his pro debut on August 12th.
That's right. By the way, everyone eats except for you, apparently these days.
Yeah. I don't eat that often. Hey, but come on, man. You saw my last fight, man. I needed a drastic change, and you know what I'm saying? I was just getting tired of being fat. And I want to say something to everybody that's out there listening. Bring back fat shaming. Like America, we got so soft. Like a lot of MMA fans will come in on my posts and you know talking shit. Like I guess they thought I was going to get butthurt under, but no, they gave me a drive to get off of my ass and do something about it.
Wow. So so you're saying be mean to each other, make fun of each other, because in the end it'll lead to good things. Yes,
because you remember back in the day when we was in school, in elementary school and junior high school, people made fun of you. You had to get thick skin. We didn't go, cry about it. Now bullying is somebody, talk about you. Back in my day, bullying was somebody hit you or beat you up, something like that. So, I don't consider it bullying what people were saying to me online. It was motivation for me, and I did something about it. And God bless my coach Sean Reyes. He works really hard, and he's very passionate about getting me back in shape. But I figured out one reason why, because this guy walks around at 5% body fat.
Wow.
He's met all his goals, you know what I'm saying? So it's like now I'm like his new goal to get me back in shape.
And by the way, like the lifestyle that you're living right now in terms of just eating once a day, is that forever? Or at some point can you start to introduce more?
It's not. It probably won't be forever, because it's really hard to keep up, especially with having a social life and friends. But I've learned that there's a lot of benefits in fasting. Like a lot of my close friends and family members said I look younger, and I looked it up and stuff like that. And when you fast, your body, it's scientific. Like your body get rid of the bad cells, and it create new cells. And the longer you fast, the better benefits you have. It create more growth hormone and boost your testosterone. And I can be honest and say that I have taken TRT before. I've never taken steroids or any other sport enhancement, but I have taken tests, and now I'm not on anything.
Wow.
I just take supplements.
How many supplements?
Man, I got a whole box full of stuff over there that I take. Yeah.
By the way, going back to your previous comment, maybe the nicest thing you've ever said to me, so thank you. Just saying that, like I look out for the fighters and that you'd want me involved with UFL, so thank you. But as a wise man named Quinton Jackson once told me, the cheddar makes it better. So how much you want to pay? How much you want to pay for my services? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what? I'm going to talk to my business partner, Harrison Rogers, as soon as I get off this with you, and then I will text you with a nice deal.
Wow.
We would really be interested in working with someone like the likes of you. Even though I don't like you that much, you are very respected in the sport of MMA, and I see that you have nothing but good thoughts for MMA. I've noticed that about you, because I've noticed it when I've been seeing you going at Dana White. What's up with that? What I'm saying?
No, before we get to that, I just want to let you know before you make that phone call, they don't call me 8 figures Helwani for nothing. So I just want you to have that in your mind. I'm just saying, I just don't want you to waste your time. And, we've come a long way, I must say, from the great relationship. One of the great regrets of my life, of my career, we had such a great relationship. And then there was a period where you wouldn't talk to me. I remember we were in Montreal, UFC 186. You wouldn't talk to me, and they had to bring in another person to interview you. What a mistake that was. I mean, we could have added that to you were in my hometown. I could have taken you around my hometown. You took me around in Japan. We never got to go to Memphis yet. I could have showed you around Montreal. Montreal is Las Vegas of the North, right? Like they don't, Montreal's, and you didn't talk to me. I remember you walked by me. Do you remember when you walked by me backstage? My heart broke. I was so sad.
Yeah. I was really upset with you. I was really mad at you, because it was a time in history when you hated on me.
No.
And I don't know why.
It's not true. It's not true. We don't need to.
When I went to Bellator, when I left UFC and I went to Bellator, you hated on me.
It's not true. It was love.
It is true. I remember clear as day.
You're the one saying fat shaming is okay. I was just talking about love. I was looking out for you.
Fat shaming is okay, but I made a career change. I was not happy with some things that happened at the UFC, and I went to Bellator, and you was like real nigga, like nobody cares. Who gives a fuck about Bellator? You was.
I never said that. I'm the guy. By the way,
not in those words.
I'm the guy who always roots for the competition. I want competition. I think for the fighters, right? So you have different places that you can go leverage.
How many Bellator fighters do you have on your show, the MMA Hour? How many?
I mean, we
Bellator
just had Michael
fighters?
Page. He was Bellator MVP, but he just announced free agency, so I guess he doesn't count. But
Okay.
I mean, we have Francis. He's not a UFC fighter. We have you.
No. I didn't ask you that. I said how many Bellator fighters.
We have Bellator. Our last show, we had Kat Ngannou. She's Bellator. Just our last show on Wednesday.
Okay.
Are you cool with the UFC these days?
I don't have no ill will against the UFC, because I'm telling you, this is how I look at it. I see that it's business. You know what I'm saying? I didn't take anything personal. I wasn't happy with the way the UFC handled my Reebok contract and how all of a sudden they're sponsored by Reebok and I'm not. I didn't like it, and there's a couple other things that happened in the UFC that I didn't like, but I don't take stuff like that personal. You know what I'm saying? It's whatever.
What about now? Like, do you feel like you're welcome if you go to an event? You can get tickets. You'd be in the front row. Like, do you feel like they treat you like one of the legends?
No, I don't feel like that. I don't really ask for tickets and stuff like that. So I don't know. I don't see any offers for me to come there and sit front row and stuff like that. But I've never asked. So yeah, I don't feel welcome like that. They probably think that I feel some type of way towards the UFC, but honestly, I don't. I think that Dana White has done a good job of putting the sport I love on the map, and you got to respect him for that. Then I have to agree with every decision that he made and everything that he's done to me in my career.
That bums me out. I feel like people like you who have done what you've done, you should be front row anytime you want to be front row. You should be in the Hall of Fame already. 30th anniversary year of the UFC, you should be celebrated. Your colleagues, your fellow fight, like that's the one thing that I think the UFC. You can't deny the UFC is the behemoth. They are the major leagues. They're the NFL. They're everything times 1,000. But the one thing, in terms of forward facing that I don't like that they do is that I feel like they don't honor the history of the UFC, the forefathers, the founding fathers, the ones who put the sport on the map well enough. And I would like to see more of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being in the Hall of Fame if it came with something like a pension or something, but it don't. Like what, this is something that people really haven't grasped about me and why I fight. I never fought to be in a Hall of Fame. I never fought to be famous, so, not disrespecting the UFC, but I can care less about a Hall of Fame in any organization. Even if Pride had a Hall of Fame, I wouldn't be, what's the word? I wouldn't, I would accept it, but it's not like something that I'm going to like, hey, put me in the Hall of Fame, put me in the Hall of Fame. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can I tell you one of my dreams? Honestly, before my time covering the sport, being involved in the sport is done, I would love to see, and honestly, I wouldn't even mind helping if that's what it needs. I would love to see an independent MMA Hall of Fame, just like there is in boxing, just like there is in football, just like there's like an independent MMA Hall of Fame, just the Mixed Martial Arts Hall of Fame. You could put it in Denver where UFC 1 happened, put it in Las Vegas, put it anywhere. But I would love that, where people like you and Fedor and Chuck Liddell and Tito, doesn't matter who you fought for, the best of the best, that's where they go.
Why you had to bring up somebody who beat me last fight?
That one didn't count.
My name. Why you had to do that?
That one didn't count.
But why you keep, listen, I know how smart you are. You know what I'm saying? You keep taking something, you be twisting it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think, huh?
No, I would say that one didn't count. That wasn't a real fight. I mean, that was...
But I think somebody like you, since you're 8-figure money,
yeah,
you could, you know what I'm saying, you can make it happen. You can get some sponsors and stuff and get it done.
You think so?
I really think so.
Would you want to be in that Hall of Fame? Would that mean something to you?
That would mean something to me because it's something that you're doing for the whole sport of MMA. I think I would like to be a part of that one.
Oh man, that's actually the second nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Yeah, do we get the MMA hour belt like the one sitting on your desk?
That's a sweet belt, right? Look at that.
That's a sweet belt. Is that real?
Of course it's real. That's 12 pounds of gold for the undisputed king of MMA media.
Wow. That's good. Now put those arms down, but put those arms
I've been
down.
working out too. I wish you could feel this right now. Look at the neck. Look at my neck. It's not scrawny anymore. You see that?
Look, your neck's still scrawny, buddy.
I even have pecs now. You see that?
What have you been doing? What have you been doing?
I've been working out 2 to 3 times a week. I've been doing some boxing.
Oh, that's good. That's good. How old are you now?
41. Just turned 41. Thanks for not texting. Appreciate it.
Yeah, happy belated.
41. Isn't that crazy? I first met you. I was 29.
Wow. Time flies.
Time flies.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're in the gym. Yeah, work on that neck. Do some neck ups.
You do that?
No, I don't do it. Look at that. Look how big my neck is naturally big. Look at that.
Yeah, you do look good.
Yeah. Sus.
Are you coming back? I saw one post. You said you're considering a comeback.
So this is what I'm thinking. I really want to promote the UFL, and so I would like to do like a warm up fight there. I do a warm up fight in the UFL, and see where that goes. And I still want to do a boxing match before I get too old. I'm 45 now, and I want to get the boxing match out of the way before I get too old.
What happened to the whole thing with Shannon Briggs?
I don't know, man. He's still trying to put it together, but I low key think he's scared at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying?
For real? You really think that?
Yeah, I really think that because you know what I'm saying, he know there's a chance that he could get knocked out. And that could be embarrassing for a boxer to get knocked out by an MMA guy who never had a boxing match.
But I saw he walked up to Vladimir Klitschko. No, or was it Vitaly Klitschko? You saw this clip where he just like walked right up to him while he was eating? I think it was Vladimir.
Yeah, that was years ago.
Oh, was it?
Then that was years ago. Then he got his ass kicked by him.
Yeah, I thought that was recent.
No, that was years ago. You gotta look at his beard. He had like a black beard back then. Okay. Now he all gray. Yeah, he old now.
So will you fight this year for UFL?
Yeah, I'm thinking I might fight around by December or something in the UFL.
Against Frank Mir?
I haven't fought in 3 years. No one never fight Frank, man. He's my friend, man.
Okay.
I wouldn't fight him.
I know he's involved too, right?
Yeah, Frank's involved. Frank is the one who actually introduced me to Harrison.
Okay. Do you have an opponent in mind, like a dream opponent?
My dream opponent would be Daryl Schonauer from Stuff. What?
Still with that? All these years later?
Yeah, I don't let stuff like that die. He tried to punk me, but Brendan Schwab said that he don't think Daryl would be down to fight.
You versus Brendan would be a fun fight.
He would never fight. I love that guy. I don't want to. My next fight, I don't want to fight nobody that I like at all because I have to destroy them, whoever it is. Michael Bisping? Who you got? Michael Bisping is not a heavyweight, and me and Michael Bisping, we go way back. We still like brothers, even though we don't talk that much, but we still like brothers.
Heavyweight.
Who else you got? Yeah, who you got at heavyweight?
Man, that's a doozy. What about
no warm-up fight?
It has to be a warm-up. So I was going to say like a JDS or Verdum, these guys. And you want them to be heavyweight, not light heavyweight.
Yeah, heavyweight, because I still be heavyweight. I still be like 230, 225.
You're not going to go to 205?
I don't think so. I don't know if I ever get back down to 205. I don't know about that one.
I have to think about it. You're putting me on the spot. There's not a lot of options.
Yeah. It's not a lot of options, huh?
Overeem.
I haven't fought in 3 years. Overeem, he's not even heavyweight no more. He's like 185.
He lost a lot of weight, yeah.
Yeah, what, is he vegan now?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I was thinking about becoming a vegetarian, but
I don't know. What are you doing for this women's wrestling thing? What is that?
Oh, I'm the CEO.
What does that mean?
It means I run the shit. I bought into it. I own that shit.
You own it? Is it pro wrestling?
It's pro wrestling, yeah.
Wow. And it's a women's only pro wrestling promotion.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you something about this show. I didn't know what to expect, and it was very exciting from the first match to the last. You guys should check it out next time. I think their next show will be September 15th, if I'm not mistaken. You guys should really tune in.
How can I watch it? I love pro wrestling.
I will get you the information. I don't know exactly where they're going to be, what platform I'm going to be streaming it on there, but it's still a new organization, so I'm still working on all the kinks. I'm trying to get it big enough so we can put it on TV.
Okay. Are you a character on it?
Well, I'm CEO. Like some I found out today that some of the girls really not happy with me, and because I'm new, and some, you know how some women they don't want to respect my authority, so I'm gonna have to put the law down. And you know, some of these girls, they think they tough, they think I'm old and I can't fight. So I heard some of them don't like me, and if I tell you one thing, if one of these girls attack me, I'm gonna pull out some of my power bomb moves on.
Wow, on the women, I wouldn't advise that.
Hey, I protect myself.
Right.
Equal rights, equal fights, and equal lefts.
Okay. So we got UFL. We've got this energy drink that is sponsoring you. You got the wrestling. The acting is still going strong. Mojave Desert or Diamonds.
What you say? What you say?
Is it called Mojave?
Mojo. I thought you said something. It's called Mojave Diamonds. Did you see Cowboy and Chael Sonnen's in there?
Man, I saw the one clip with Chael. We're showing a poster right now with you three on it. Chael's dropping F-bombs in that thing. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, man, Chael got in a fight on that. I was like, that was kind of awkward because we fought in real life. That was the most awkward thing I've done in fight. Actually, that wasn't. One time I did this movie called Midnight Meat Train, and they needed to, with Bradley Cooper. It was a horror movie, not a porno. Get your dirty mind out the gutter. But they was plastering my whole body, right? Because it was like they were going to hang my body up on a meat hook. And the people that do like the CG, whatever you call that stuff, the plastering and stuff, they told me to wear a thong. And I was like, no, I don't wear no thongs. I'm an alpha. I'm going to my grave saying I never wore a thong in my life. And they go like, you're going to wish you wore a thong. And I didn't listen to them. So I wore a jock strap. Oh. And they had to put me in this bucket. And they put you know how they put the plaster all over you?
Yeah.
And I wish I would have wore a thong because they plastered my whole body, my butt crack, dude. I almost got in a fight with one dude. Dude slapped me on my ass while he was putting the fucking plaster stuff on me. I almost got in a fight behind the scenes on the set. Now I was pissed. Then they plastered me when they pulled it all off. You see they get everything. You can see the whole indent of everything, even my asshole. I was so embarrassed, man.
What? This is a real movie?
It's a real movie, bro.
With Bradley Cooper?
Bradley Cooper was in there, and that's the most awkward thing I ever did in the movie. But fighting Chael Sonnen was number 2. That's the number 2 most awkward thing.
Now, fighting Chael Sonnen in the movie or in real life?
In the movie.
Okay. Why was that awkward?
After we had already fought. Because it was somebody I fought in real life.
And do you not like Chael, or is it just because you liked him and that made it awkward?
I used to did not like Chael, but after getting to know him and stuff like that, I can deal with him.
Okay. How is the movie career going?
It's going really well. I just signed up with a new manager, and he's really great, and he got some big roles for me and stuff coming out. But it's a strike right now. I think if I'm not mistaken, I think Hollywood's having a hard time with AI and stuff. So all actors might be out of a job here pretty soon.
No, hopefully not.
Yeah, they will get an AI to do your job.
No, they'll never do that. I mean, I'm one of a kind. I'm 1 in a million. Actually,
but the AI
I'm 1 in 8 million.
Like he can look just like you, though. They can get an AI, get the same voice, and look just like you.
Yeah, but he can't interview like me.
Well, let's hope not.
Let's hope not. The A-Team, it's still one of the great stories, you getting the A-Team role. And I sort of feel, I sort of feel like that. I don't know.
What?
There were other factors. We don't have to rehash all that, but you know what I mean?
Well, are you hating on me again?
No, I was so proud of you. I was proud of you. I felt like people they curbed your progression in Hollywood after that, because that should have led to other big movies in Hollywood, in my opinion.
Yeah, it should have, but I don't want to. I don't want to say anything that could probably get me sued.
Okay.
But what I can say is, for the people who's really intelligent, I can say this. I had a dumbass manager at the time, and he thought it was a good idea to be represented by the same agency that represents the UFC. Mm. And the UFC didn't want me doing movies. So y'all do the math on that. Why I didn't get any more movies.
I get you.
Okay.
You mentioned, by the way, the warm-up fight, and then someone on my team here, New York Rick, said, how about next year after the warm-up fight, you versus Francis in the PFL?
Francis Ngannou.
Yes. What do you think?
That would be a huge fight. Francis is a tough guy, man, but to risk getting knocked out by that guy, they gotta drop that paper. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I ain't never back down from a fight, so they have to drop the paper though.
You think he beats Tyson Fury?
No, I don't think he beats Tyson Fury. I think he has a puncher's chance, but I think Tyson Fury is just too skilled in boxing. I think if they got in a street fight, there was no referees, I think Ngannou will mop the floor with him and I just hurt his feelings. But in a boxing ring where there's a referee and there's boxing rules, I think it'd be hard for anyone to beat Tyson Fury.
If you still want to box and it's not Shannon Briggs, who would it be?
I wouldn't care. Like I said, like my first boxing match, I would like to fight somebody close to my skill range. But other than that, I don't care. I wouldn't care who it is, what name. I'll fight Floyd Mayweather.
No, that would be, a bit of a weight discrepancy. And
I know, I'm joking.
You also have a new podcast.
Oh, yeah, I do. I forgot about that.
Yes.
I got to do that today.
What is it called?
It's called Fade on Sight.
What does that mean?
Yeah, you kind of out of touch with street lingo, I see.
I would
it's
ask
like,
that question.
Yeah, it's kind of like, catch a fade, like a fight, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, when I see you, it's like, it's on sight. Fade on sight. That means I'm going to kick your ass as soon as I see you.
I thought you meant like a skin fade or like a taper. You know what I mean? Like you cut my hair real quick. You know what I mean?
You thought it was like a barbershop show?
Yeah. That'd be pretty sweet. You guys sitting around in a barbershop just talking, fighting and stuff. Is it an MMA show?
Yeah. I think that's been done. Okay, so Fade on Sight is right now we're interviewing MMA people, but we don't want to be boxed just into MMA. But if I'm gonna be 100% honest, I'm not new to. I'm new to doing all this stuff. Interview. I've never really done stuff like that, so I want to get used to it. So hopefully one day I could be half as good as you, and I can branch out outside of MMA and just start talking about anything in life in general. But right now, I just want to talk with MMA guys and just talk about other things, not only MMA. I want to just get to know them better.
Man, you're so soft and nice and cuddly in this ripe old age. That's the third nicest thing you've said to me. Half as good as me? I'm swimming in compliments now. This is amazing. Would you ever want to have me on your show?
Yeah, I would love to have you on the show.
I'm busy. I can't. I only go on like top tier shows. I can't go.
You know what, Dan? You set me up. So all the nice stuff I said about you, fuck you. Fuck you.
What is it just you or do you have a co-host?
Yeah, I have a co-host, my friend Bear.
Okay. And do you like lead the show, or are you like, is he like the host guy and then you come in on the side?
No. It's my show. I asked him to come on and co-host and everything. Yeah, I run it. It's all me and stuff like that. But he adds a lot to the show and stuff like that. He's a really good dude, and he's been looking out for a lot of MMA fighters and stuff in the past, because he's the owner of Jackson Jewelry and stuff like that. So they sponsor the show. So he we make a great team. And
your son, as you mentioned, and by the way, regarding the podcast, where is it now? Like people get it on Apple, YouTube?
Right now? Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube right now. It's Jackson, JAXXON podcast on YouTube.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's you.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the clips are good from that.
Yeah.
That's the one where you told the story about Wanderlei Silva and all that recently, and
yeah.
Man, You're killing it.
Oh, thank you.
You're just like the little engine that could. Just a guy trying to make it in this MMA world.
That's what I do.
And your son also trying to make it. He's 4-0?
Yeah. He's 4-0 as an amateur.
Okay. And he's making his pro debut.
Yeah, August 12th.
Oh, he's on that card.
He's on that card in Arizona.
And he comes out with the chain too.
Yeah, he has a gold chain.
I like it. A little evolution. Does he howl as well?
Yeah, I think he tries to do a little baby howl.
And what is his name?
His name is Raja.
Raja Jackson. Does he have a nickname?
The Clone.
I love that. And how old? We're showing some highlights of him right now, by the way. He looks fantastic.
He's 23.
23. And you corner him?
Yeah, I corner him. Me and his coach and one of my other friends.
How do you feel when you're cornering him?
It's nerve-wracking. You know, it's I'll be more nervous for his fight than mine. You know, my son, he didn't grow up like me, right? My son, you know, he's been my son. He's not as hungry as me, so I'm always wondering, you know, is he doing this for the right reason? Because he chose to fight. You know, I didn't ask him to fight, nothing like that. This is what he wants to do, but sometimes I look at him like I don't know if he has the hunger that I had at his age, and so I'm always wondering like how he's going to do in this fight. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you still wonder that?
I still wonder because, you know, he chose to fight at 155 because he should fight at 170, but he'll be a small 70-pounder, right? So he chose to fight at 155, but then sometimes I feel like he don't live the type of life that he need to live to you know, be a 155-pounder. He should you know, diet more and you know what I'm saying, keep his weight lower than what he walks around at if he want to be a 155. And sometimes I feel like he don't really take my advice.
Okay.
I try to get him advice, stuff that's going to help him along the way. And I just feel like he's like, oh, you know, you're not you got any of your kids teenagers yet?
No, but they're close.
Okay, when they get teenagers, they become know-it-alls, and ever since he become a teenager and stuff like that, they know-it-alls. They know everything, and they just want to do the opposite of what their parents tell them. So I'm like, okay, sometimes I throw my hand up.
Do you coach him?
No, I don't coach him. His coach is Antonio McKee.
Oh,
and Wyatt Watson, yeah.
Wow. Will Antonio corner him August 12th?
I'm not sure because Antonio, he might because it's his first pro fight. I would love for Antonio to corner him, but you know, Antonio McKee, his son's fighting, and he has a lot of other fighters, so. You know, it would be a big honor if Antonio came to corner him.
So he trains at the Body Shop?
Yeah, he trains at the Body Shop with AJ McKee and all those guys over there.
Well, that is exciting. So we got another Jackson in the MMA world. So just to recap, you got the podcast, you got UFL, you've got Ultimate Women of Wrestling. You're potentially fighting again. Your son is fighting. You've got all types of stuff in terms of sponsorships and people that you're working with. Acting is still a thing. I mean, you're freaking killing it. And you're losing all this weight.
And I'm losing all this weight. It's a lot on my plate, and I'm enjoying life, man. I'm living life, and I'm enjoying myself. You know, that's what you got to do. You got to keep going. I can't fight for the rest of my life, so I got to, you know, keep myself busy doing other things. And another thing that I started was I started my own GTA server, my RP server, and it's like an MMA based world. So that's one thing that I'm really excited about. But don't tell Harrison Rock that I'm super excited about that. You don't know what GTA is?
Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, but I got a server where it's role play. So it's like acting. It's like improv acting while you're playing video games.
What?
It's fun, bro.
And you dress up and stuff?
Well, no, it's in the video game. It's the video game.
Wow. But you play as yourself?
I play as myself because it's MMA world. We made an arena. We made a whole arena, and we got fighters. We got managers. And we need more people to come. We need referees. We need managers. We need more fighters. We need police officers. We need judges, lawyers, everything. Yeah.
Are there real people in it? Like people that I would know, or it's all fake?
Real. No, it's real people. You play against real people, and they act out a certain character.
And who are you acting as?
It's Rampage Jackson.
Wow. So I could be myself?
You can be yourself. You can come and interview the fighters. You can do whatever. It's like a real world, but it's in GTA, and I'm really excited about that. I stream it on Twitch, and I'm start streaming on Kick.
How do I join?
If you wanted to join, well, you probably have to join the Discord. But I'm just telling you what. I'm not trying to promote that, right? I'm just telling you.
Oh, well, sorry. I was interested. I guess I'm not invited.
Yeah. Because do you play video games?
No, but I think this is kind of cool.
It is cool, but if you join my Discord, then I guess you can come in and
you have a
join.
Discord?
But it's on. Yeah, I got the Discord for that. Yeah, I have two Discords, one for person and one for the role playing. Yeah,
I never knew you were so hip.
Man, I'm a gamer, bro. You didn't know I was a gamer?
Yeah, Discord, this, that. I mean, I didn't know you were down like that.
I know a bunch of nerds.
Yeah. Not me.
Yeah. You're not nerdy enough because you didn't even know what GTA.
In the end, I think what we've learned here is that you're the nerd and I'm the cool guy. I ain't got no Discord in GTA. I'm out there, cashing checks.
Hey, in what world would I be the fucking nerd and you be the fucking cool guy? What world is that?
Maybe
what is this opposite day? You look like the big ass, look at them ugly ass glasses on your motherfucking face, and you call me the nerd and you the cool guy.
Can I say something in closing? I love you. I love you, Rampage. You have meant a lot to me, and you know what? It's amazing to me how many kids come up to me and first thing they say is, love your interviews with Rampage. And these are high school kids. I'm like, how the hell do you even know about these interviews? But they've taken on a life of their own. They've been recycled and recycled. So I don't know if I've ever said this. I appreciate everything that you've done for me. Even when you didn't talk to me in Montreal, you've been a huge part of my career, and I will always value this friendship and relationship that we have.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you for the respect. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, fuck you. Hurry up, Wani.
Thanks, Rampage. Talk to you later. Good luck.
Peace.
There he is, Rampage Jackson. I love that guy. He is the man. What's not to love? A lot going on in his life. Sheesh. Oh.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, okay. Good thing. Good thing I didn't see these. Whoa. Oh wow.
The anticipation's overwhelming.
No, it's a good thing I didn't read my text earlier, because at 4:06 I got a text saying that Mayra Bueno Silva is stuck on a flight, but then I got a text at 4:08 saying that she's good to go.
Yeah, in fact, she's here right now.
Serious?
Yes.
Wow, what a range of emotions that was. But where is she? Is she on a?
She's on Zoom.
No, but I mean, is she on a plane right now?
No.
Maybe an airport.
Looked like an office.
Okay. Wow. All right. Do I go to her or do I wait a minute?
Yeah, introduce her.
Oh, she's ready to go, just like that?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know.
Check
okay.
your phone again. Yeah, she's ready to go.
Okay. Well, let me give her a proper introduction. What a win on Saturday for Mayra Bueno Silva, who had an incredible performance against Holly Holm. Just Holly Holm's second submission loss in her pro career. The first was to Miesha Tate back at UFC 196. You can now add Mayra Bueno Silva to the list as well. Her name is Shitara. I can't wait to find out why. She's the newest contender at 135. In fact, she may even fight for the belt next. Here she is, the one and only Mayra Bueno Silva. Hello, how are you?
Hello, guys. How are you?
I'm doing well. Parabéns.
Thank you so much.
Was this stressful? Because I got a text from I think someone who works with you saying that you were stuck on a plane and that you might not be able to come, but all's good. You're here.
Sorry, my file was delayed, but I'm here. I'm very happy for talking with you today.
Okay, it's our pleasure. By the way, why is your nickname? Can you explain what Shitara means?
Shitara is the Thundercats. Do you know Thundercats, the cartoon?
Oh, yeah, I do know it.
Yeah, Shitara is a cat because it's a fast cat. And then when I started training, my coach told me, hey, you're very fast. You look like Shitara.
And so it's stuck all these years.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we are, less than 2 days after your win over Holly Holm. How does it feel? You were so happy, you were so excited. Do you still feel like you're glowing because of this big win? One of the best women's fighters ever. You choked her out in the second round.
It's unbelievable. I feel like the chosen one, man. I feel grateful for this opportunity. Holly Holm is one of the best in the world. Yeah, I'm finishing, and then I'm so happy.
When you were thinking about the fight, preparing for the fight, did you think that you would be able to submit her?
Oh, God, no. No, it's unbelievable. I trained hard. My coach, Anderson, did Holly Holm for 3 months.
Wow.
3 months my coach was Holly Holm. And then he did everything Holly Holm did everything, but submission her is unbelievable.
Yeah. Did you know that she had only been submitted once before your fight against Miesha Tate? Did you know that?
Yes. Look, Holly is the best in the world. Miesha Tate is the best in the world. Now I'm the best in the world
Yes.
too.
I love it. And that was the same choke, the ninja choke, was the same one that you did in the Contender Series to get into the UFC. Is this one of your favorite chokes?
Yes, of course. This is my favorite choke. Together, arm lock.
Okay.
I'm bar. Sorry,
Armbar.
but it's arm lock.
Yes.
This is my the best two positions.
Okay. I know this might be a little bit hard, but I love the way you transitioned into the choke, the way you caught her with the choke. Are you able to explain what you saw and how you were able to do that against her? Because it's a very hard one to do standing up like that. It's very impressive. Are you able to explain how you were able to do that on Saturday?
When she pressure me in the cage, a little space. I did a little space enter my arms. When she looks my arms in, it's normal. Everybody go to the double leg. Everybody go to the double leg. When she go to the double leg, it's better for me because I change and choke here. Everybody fight this wrong. Everybody.
Wow. And when you were able to lock it in before she tapped, did you know you had her? Did you know she was done?
Yes. Well, when I lock it, I know if she don't tap, she's lit.
Wow.
But Holly Holm never tap. And then she's lit, and then she tap. Wow. Because she don't tap with
Miesha.
With Miesha Tate,
yeah.
With Kathleen Vieira. And then she don't tap, but okay, she's lit, but she tap. Wow.
Wow. What did that feel like when you felt the tap?
I me feel the chosen one. I me feel the champion. Nobody stopped me more. Nobody.
Wow. And would you say that was the best day of your career so far?
Of course. This is Holly Holm, main event, and Cheetah Chuck.
Crazy. Best day of your life?
No, the best life in my life is when I married.
When you got married. Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
When did you get married?
Last year in November.
November, okay. And you mentioned after the fight that your wife, who's a former UFC fighter, Gloria De Paula, she helped you a lot. Could you explain how she helped you? Like, why was she so important to your life?
I had depression. And then Gloria used everything for help me. And she opened, como é que eu falo? Abriu mão. She give up everything for help me. She don't train for fights. She care me every day. And then now she don't stay more UFC because she care me for 1 year.
Wow. And could I ask, why were you so depressed?
I had five surgery. And then I think so for this reason.
You had 5 surgeries?
Yes.
Different injuries?
Yes.
And when you were going through that, like something like this, beating someone like Holly Holm probably seemed impossible to you, right?
Yes. Of course. I fight one girl like Holly Holm, man of Euro, and then it's so bad. It's so bad. It's the worst fight in my life.
Right. You could laugh about it now.
Yeah, because it's what looks look at me now.
Yeah.
Look at me now.
It's unbelievable.
I'm submission Holly Holm, and then everything is happening for one reason.
Yeah, and that was only 2 years ago. Even after that fight against Manon Fior, less than 2 years ago, did you think that, like, after that performance, did you think that something like this would be impossible?
Of course, of course. After that fight, I think about no fight more.
Wow.
After
Retire.
Because I'm depressed. I'm bad. I'm one more series. No, okay. I told okay, I don't want no more fight.
Wow. And how long were you depressed for?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years. 2 years.
Which years?
I think 2020, como é que eu falo? 2021, I think so.
Okay. And was it like, did you stop training? Did you not leave your house?
Yes, I'm stopped training.
Oh my gosh.
I look for my family, stay with my family, and then my mother-in-law, my father-in-law. That guys helped me too much.
And what did you do to pass the time? Like, how would you occupy yourself?
Cry every day. This is scary, man. This is scary. But now I'm so happy. I'm very good. I'm grateful. Yeah, I can help other people.
Yeah.
This is the most important for me. Help other people.
Is that why you mentioned it in the cage after the fight?
Exactly. I believe I am blessed. I believe I born for a mission.
And could I ask, how did you start to get out of the depression? Like, what did you do to start to get better?
Gloria helped me. I talk everybody. I feel everybody crazy things. I talk with my family, and then I drink drugs. I take drugs, and step by step. But the most important thing is that you believe in God. Believe you can do this. You can live. You can smile again.
Wow. And does it ever come back again, or has it not since you fully like got back? Like, do you ever have days where you feel like you're down and then need to get back up?
No. I'm grateful. I'm totalmente curado. I'm better.
That's great. I'm happy to hear that. So you get this win over Holly, and afterwards you and Juliana Pena, I saw back and forth. She wrote about you. Did you see her message about you?
Juliana talk too much bullshit. Hey guy, I watched one good fight. The Juliana. You watch how many good fights, Juliana?
A couple of fights. She's had a few. I mean, she beat Amanda Nunes.
One fight?
Yes. Well, she's had a few over the time. Okay, so you say she's only had one good moment and she talks too much.
She talks too much, but she's a good fighter.
She is.
She's a good fighter. But look my fight. You look her fight. What fights you like? You it's more exciting.
Both equal. Both great fights.
No, you think okay, Shitara, your fight is more exciting. I know you think this.
But she has fought top level competition for a long time. You're just getting into that right now, right? You're newer to the sport. She won Ultimate Fighter 2013, I think it was.
I am a new face. I'm now. I think Juliana is good fighter, but she don't win. No, she don't win. I can't knockout out her. I can submit her. I think she don't win.
Wow. So do you think that you did enough to get a title shot with this win, or do you think that they're going to do Juliana and Raquel, and maybe you fight the winner of that fight?
Yes, of course, because any girls submission like me, any girls have a good fight like me, any girls have performance of the night like me. I deserve this chance.
So you want it now? You don't want to wait?
Yes, of course. I want to know. I'm the next.
Against Juliana?
I think so because UFC give me Raquel Pennington, but Raquel don't want.
Oh, really? When?
Yeah, when Misha injured.
Oh, wow. And she said no.
She said no. Okay. And then Holly accept.
Okay. So did you or your team talk to the UFC after this fight? Do you have a sense what they're going to do?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
But Juliana helped me about this. I think she's afraid of me.
Why?
Because of finishing my fight, she sent message, hey, I smashed you and Raquel Pennington. I understand. She's afraid of.
Why? But she said
Who is me? Who is Mayra Bueno?
Right.
For you to think about me.
Right. So you think that her talking smack helped you?
No, help me when I fight.
Okay. And if she fights Raquel first, who do you think wins that fight?
Nobody win.
Nobody?
Because nobody want to watch this fight.
What do you mean nobody want to watch this fight? Why not?
Oh, man. You watch fight, Raquel fight, and Juliana fight. Juliana have one good fight. No, okay, two. Because Amanda is a great fighter. And then Juliana have two good fighters with Amanda.
Right, and that's it.
But not because Juliana, because Amanda.
How many good fights Raquel has had?
In the past, a lot of fights, but now I respect it. I respect both, understand? But Raquel in the past had a lot of great fights, but now she stopped the fight. Juliana, two fights with Amanda.
Yeah.
Only.
If you fought,
look my fight. Look my fight.
No, incredible. A lot of finishes. If you fought Juliana, how would it go? How do you think it ends?
I smash her for 5 rounds because I don't want to tap.
Why?
Because she talks too much. I smashed her for 5 rounds.
Is there a part of you that wants to beat her because do you feel she's been disrespectful towards your countrywoman Amanda Nunes? She's talked a lot about Amanda Nunes. Do you want to beat her for that reason or a different reason?
Of course, Amanda is a big star in my country. You know?
Yeah.
And then when you talk about my country, when you talk about my people, this is person.
Right. Do you have a relationship with Amanda? Do you know Amanda?
I don't know, but I talk 1-2 times, but I don't know. But she's Brazilian.
So it's all one people.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Do you want to fight again this year?
Yes.
And if it's not a title shot, is there anyone else that interests you?
No, for title shot.
Oh, just title shot. All right. Okay.
Yes.
And by the way, I saw a photo of you with a Lamborghini in Las Vegas. Was that yours?
No, it's funny. It's no. It's funny because one guy sent me a message, hey, do you want a Lamborghini for your fight week? I told him, yes, of course. And then she, okay, I rent you one Lamborghini for your fight week.
What?
But it's not mine. It's not mine.
Wait, some random guy just reached out to you about this?
Yes, the renter.
For free?
Free?
And he showed up and gave you the Lamborghini?
Yes.
Was he a nice guy or a creepy guy?
No, it's a nice guy. It's a nice guy. It's a friend. It's a friend.
Okay, so he wanted nothing for it, just to be nice. Unbelievable. Who knew? And
yeah.
Did you drive it?
Yes, of course. I'm the chosen one, man. Everything happens with me. Good things happen with me because I'm the chosen one.
Okay. Was it stick shift or was it automatic? Was it like
automatic?
Oh, it was automatic. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Because sometimes those are stick. It's tough to drive, you know?
I don't know too much about cars.
Yeah.
But it's a great car.
It looked good. Yeah, the picture was cool. It looked like it was your car.
Yeah.
Nice. And you're from Uberlândia, Minas Gerais.
Uberlândia, Minas Gerais.
Was your upbringing, was it a tough upbringing, like where you grew up?
Yes, I'm like favela. It's very hard.
Okay. And when did you move to the U.S.?
Last year, 10 months ago.
Okay, that's it. And is your family, you have a lot of family still there?
We stay in Brazil, in the same place.
Same favela?
Yes, the same favela.
How many people?
100.
100 people, wow. But how many in your family?
Yes, everything. My mom,
okay.
my brother.
So part of the motivation to be champion, you want to maybe try to help them?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. But for me, I want to be champion because I want to do the plan, the projects, the social project in my favela.
What kind of project?
I want to put the kids for training, for study, for do anything, for not stay in the street.
Okay, you want to help. Were you in the street a lot as a kid?
Yeah, it's too much. But that time is different time now.
Okay.
Now it's more danger.
Now it's more okay. Would you get in trouble as a kid, or were you a good kid?
No, I'm no good kid.
Fights?
I give a lot. Yes, too much fights, too much talking, too much everything.
But now you're going to be a good role model for those kids.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
I show you have a lot of opportunity in the life.
It's a beautiful thing, and I'm very happy for you. Congratulations on the win. Parabéns. Obrigado to come on the show. Thank you. After you landed in Florida, I appreciate you coming on so soon. You must be tired, and good luck getting the title fight. That would be a lot of fun. You and Juliana would make a big show, as they say. It would be fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
Yes.
I think UFC deserve this. The fans UFC deserve this. I think Juliana and me is a great fight. It's a big fight.
Yeah. By the way, if Amanda was still champion, would you fight her?
No, she killed me. Amanda Nunes. She's the best in the world. She killed me.
All right, well.
Of course.
Respect. You're modest.
Yeah, no, she's the best.
Okay.
She's a good.
All right, fine. Well, Juliana maybe will be a different thing. So we'll see if that happens. Mayra, thank you so much. And by the way, is your last name Bueno Silva, or is it Mayra Bueno and then your last name is Silva?
It's Mayra Bueno Silva.
Okay, so last name is Bueno Silva.
Exactly.
Okay, I want to get it right because I feel like we're going to be talking about you for a long time. So I want to get it right. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Hey, God bless you.
God bless you. There she is, Mayra Bueno Silva. How great is that? What a story. Very open with her trials and tribulations. You got to love a story like that. A star is born and a new player. At 135 pounds, let's be honest, a division that needs a new player or two. Juliana Pena and Raquel Pennington still, we presume are next, but I got to say, a Pena Bueno Silva fight would be a lot of fun, I must say. I just realized that my thing was plugged in this whole time, but never actually plugged in. So I was wondering why.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. But golly, 135 needs some fresh blood. And here she is. Straight from Uberlândia. I always felt like Uberlândia sounded like some sort of like fantasy world in Brazil. It sounds like, like a, you know what I mean? Like it sounds like an amusement park.
Picking up what you're laying down.
Uberlândia. It's like something about Uber and land.
Uberland.
You notice this very classy water that I have today.
Yeah, I almost took that off your desk earlier.
I actually thought it was a balls at first.
No.
No, he couldn't handle that.
It's very
Then
classic.
Frank definitely would have taken it off your desk.
I mean, we have the LaCroix. You have the fancy.
No, this is.
sparkling
I
wine.
didn't have time. It was a busy day. I had a family function this morning and came in from a different part of town. Actually made a wrong turn. Ended up in Brooklyn. It was a mess of a situation, so we didn't have enough time to really gather ourselves. Didn't even eat lunch, by the way. Maybe I should do the Rampage Jackson. I should fast.
Yeah,
One meal a day. Do you think we could pull that off?
sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's different kinds of intermittent fasting. Some people do like, a certain number of hours a day. Some people do alternating days fasting, things like that. So, yeah.
You in? You want to do that? I mean,
I fast already, but I do.
You fast already?
I do hours. I only eat between 12 and 8.
That's it?
Yeah.
You will not touch anything past 8?
Or before 12. Yeah, I don't.
What about
I don't
drinks?
eat water or green tea.
What about coffee?
Coffee's okay. Black coffee.
No cappuccino?
I like that. I like that, Rick.
Rick, you've lost a lot of weight. I must say, congratulations.
Trying to be healthy, bro.
Look at your
Skin
face.
looks healthy. I mean, he looks great.
Trying to
He
be
looks
healthy.
great.
You've mentioned this a
then we
couple
go to the
times.
full shot to me with bright lights. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
my
you're
lord.
you're like 135 soaking wet over there, Mr. Marathon. But Rick, how much have we lost?
Don't know.
What do you mean don't know?
I don't weigh
10,
myself.
15, 20? What are we talking?
Couldn't
You're on-
tell you.
You're on that Action
125?
Bronson diet.
A significant amount, but I don't know.
170 challenge for the welterweight belt.
You versus...
I'm ready. Put me in.
How much you weigh, Connor?
175.
You're 175. Are you
Yeah.
over 6 feet?
Yes.
6'1"?
Yep.
Is that it?
6'1". Yeah.
Nailed it.
Is that it?
No. I was like, did I nail it? Did I nail it?
I was just checking. just
According
checking.
to the darts picture though, 5'6".
That's right. That's right. Okay.
I'm trying to bulk though. No fasting for me.
You're trying to bulk.
Yeah, trying to move up to 185.
Fasting can still work.
What are you trying to do?
No, I'm just trying to get bigger, put on muscle.
You're trying to lift some weights. You're doing
GSP, big.
No, I have been hitting the weights.
Protein.
Oh yeah, protein, a little bit of creatine.
You're doing the creatine thing.
Yeah, a little bit of creatine.
Is it working?
I got derailed from the gorgonzola steak.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it derailed me bad.
Who would have
I was-
thought?
You probably
I
lost a
was-
lot of weight after that.
Yeah, leaned out.
Shit. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah. We're getting back to it though.
Yeah.
Birthday's behind us.
Oh,
Didn't you
Getting
make
back
a
to it.
promise last year's birthday you would not drink for a year?
Yeah, I made it.
Yeah. And did you keep it going
I had a glass of champagne on
Wow.
on the B-day.
on the B day yesterday?
No, so technically we did 364 because I went to dinner at the World Trade Center the night before.
Sick
Figured,
invite.
How was that?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, great meal. 102 floors up.
Oh my gosh.
very
Glass of-
exclusive.
Glass of champagne to end it.
I feel like I'd get lightheaded that high up.
Yeah, it was a little dizzying. You definitely the ears pop as you're in the.
Oh man.
But I've been up there before.
What's the restaurant? It's like it's like one place.
Yeah,
wanna give 'em a
like
shout out?
Chili's, I
One
think.
World Dine or something.
Good
Dining
food?
at One World. Oh yeah, great food. Great
Steak?
food. They do have steak. Yeah, I did not get that.
Do you think you'll ever have steak again?
We actually were talking about that. So yeah, I'm a little worried of the steak after the food poisoning. But I have a wedding to go to this weekend, and you had to choose your meal beforehand, and I chose steak. So I'm gonna have to go face to face with my biggest
No,
fear
I wouldn't do it, bro.
on Saturday. Now I'm gonna have to do it.
Just go for the fish.
I can't remember if I chose medium or medium rare. If it's medium rare, then I'm just gonna have to fight my demons. But
Look at Rampage.
yeah, well done. I mean, and he owns up to it also.
Yeah. Respect. I'd go with the fish.
I guess. I can't. What do you want me to do? Call him up? Be
You
like,
just
hey,
say,
can I
hey.
change to the fish?
Or swap with somebody.
By the way,
I think they would understand.
truth is-
Girlfriend also chose steak as well. So yeah, I mean,
it seems a little
kinda,
soon if you're asking me. The truth is, when the person comes around with the dish, just be like, "Hey, man, sorry, there was a mistake." Like, are they really going to argue with you?
I ordered the fish.
No, just be like, "Oh, actually, sorry, I think there was a mistake. She ordered the steak. I ordered the fish. Do you mind just swapping that?" What's some dude who's
Don't do it.
Yeah, they'll annul the marriage.
No, he's gonna be like, what's your name again? I'm gonna be like,
No one goes
Connor.
back and
he's
check.
gonna be like,
Ariel
you chose the
Hawani.
steak.
No, this is the perfect scenario because otherwise you're not going to choose to do it. Now you're forced into the situation, confront it, get it down.
No, it's a whole nother thing if they're just like, tonight's special is gorgonzola and crusted steak. Then
that might be.
I'm leaving the entire wedding, not just eating dinner.
If you get sick from eating steak again, would you just give up on steak completely?
I would. Probably.
I would probably.
I'd have a tough time. I'd have a tough time after that. I think it's going to be good though.
It's going to be great. Don't put the bad juju out. No bad vibes. It's going to be fantastic.
No, I'm just saying, it's a little soon. I mean, what was it, July 4th weekend?
Yeah.
It's like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, we're getting right back
Plenty of time.
We're getting right back in there.
Stakes are high.
Stakes are high. That's a good one.
Nice.
That's a good plan. Wait, so does that mean you can't watch UFC London?
No, I can.
It's not a day wedding.
Yeah, wedding starts at 5, so I'll probably be streaming old Tommy Aspinall from the crowd, but fights will be watched. I can guarantee you that.
Big one. All right, let's recap the weekend, shall we? Before we do so, let me tell you about our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Actually, I have a lot to tell you about today. DraftKings Sportsbook, we love DraftKings. Obviously, we want you to take your shot at huge wins with DraftKings Sportsbook. You can win big with money lines, props, parlays, and more. Right now, new customers can score $150 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 on anything. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEMMAHour. A lot to like coming up in the world of combat. Obviously, UFC London. Obviously, we have the big one on July 29th. Very fun card in Salt Lake City, UFC 291. That same night, Crawford Spence. I will be at Crawford Spence, by the way. Have I said that? I will be there. Looking forward to that. Of course, following weekend, Jake Paul against one Nathan Diaz. What about next Tuesday? I love a Tuesday morning Inoue card. There's nothing like waking up and watching Naoya Inoue do some work in Japan, going up against Stephen Fulton. So there's a lot to like in the world of combat sports coming up. And DraftKings Sportsbook is the place to be. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY or text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net in partnership with Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races. All games regulated by the West Virginia Lottery. Please play responsibly in Connecticut. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 1-888-79-7 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts in Kansas, 21 and older, most eligible states by age varied by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Please support them, most importantly, because they support us. I also want to tell you about our good friends over at NetSuite, because today's show is supported by our good friends over at NetSuite. If you run a business, you know that you can't make decisions in a vacuum. Even if you've got the greatest gut instincts in the world, you still need data and information to solve problems and keep your operation growing. NetSuite by Oracle is a cloud-based business software solution that can help you see every piece of business critical info at a glance so you can make better calls every single day. Right now, NetSuite is offering new users an unprecedented deal, full access and full implementation of their service with no payments and no interest for 6 full months. That means you'll get access to everything NetSuite offers, like tools to help reduce manual processes, boost efficiency, build forecasts, and increase productivity at no cost for 6 full months. If you've been sizing up NetSuite to make the switch, then you know this deal is unprecedented. No interest, no payments, no nothing. Take advantage of this right now. This special financing offer at netsuite.com/MMA. That's netsuite.com, netsuite.com/MMA. That's netsuite.com/MMA to get visibility and control you need to weather any storm. Again, that's netsuite.com/MMA. Again, please support them because they support us, especially the new kids to our show. We want to support them. And speaking of new kids, let me tell you about our good friends over at Game Time. Guys, there's a lot of sports coming up, right? We know about baseball in full swing right now. There's a ton of concerts going on. There's a ton of MMA and combat, as I said, going on. What about this guy, Lionel Messi? coming to a city near you. There's a lot to like there. There's also the Premier League American Tour kicking off. Wrexham's here as well. They're not Premier League, but you get the point. Man United, Arsenal, Brighton, Newcastle, Chelsea, all coming to a stadium near you. So if you're looking to lock down tickets for an event, a concert, a fight at the very last minute, it's not easy. We all know this. We've been there. You're looking, you're searching, you're wondering, is price going down, price going up? Can I squeeze in? Can I not? Well, with Game Time, it doesn't have to be such a pain. You're guaranteed to get the best price on last-minute tickets. That means that even if you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time hooks you up with a credit equal to 110% of the difference. That's insane. Again, let me read that line for you. Even if you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time hooks you up with a credit equal to 110% of the difference. I've been using the app. It's fun, it's fast, it's easy to use, it's user-friendly, it's very informative with where you're sitting and what it all looks like. Can't recommend Game Time enough. You'll get top-tier deals on upcoming games, concerts, shows, and more. It's just download it. Go to the App Store, any app store that you use, whatever your phone is, and just check it out, download it for free, and trust me, it's better than all those other ticket buying apps. Trust me. Just go check it out, and then let me know. Snag tickets without the stress with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code Ariel, ARIEL, for $20 off your first purchase. Again, terms apply, but all you have to do is create an account, very easy, and redeem code Ariel for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Shout out to Game Time. Shout out to NetSuite. Shout out to DraftKings. We appreciate their support very, very much. And shout out to the Parlay boys for getting back on track. We are back, right? Big dubs?
Yep. Huge dub.
Big time. And we got the shout out.
By the way,
doesn't get much better.
Who would have thought
That's really why I do it.
Who would have thought that Jack Della would have been the most nerve-wracking one of the bunch?
Honestly. Everything else was fairly easy.
Easy breezy.
Yeah, I mean, nice little 4-0 action here.
Take us through it.
Back to almost in range of getting back to even.
We could smell it.
Minus 1.65 units. Still not looking great for your 500 prospect. That's going to be tough to get to. But I mean, Frank kicked us off, and then 2 easy unders, and then Jack Della finished the sandwich, and there we go. Winning week for the Parlay Pals. Can we keep it going into London?
I think so.
That's the question.
We're gonna roll, baby.
Cake.
And then the big winner, the Pena shout out.
Oh yeah,
That's just beautiful.
Just 5 minutes after her calling out Mayra Bueno Silva.
Could we just discuss, is it really Juliana Pena?
It really is.
Some of us don't think so. Some of us think so.
We're going to need a video next time.
Some of you got invited to the World Trade.
I don't need any evidence. I will take her at her word and accept Queen Juliana supporting the Parlay boys.
Wait a second, Frank, you were at the World Trade dinner?
Oh, no, I wasn't invited.
Oh, okay. Wow. Frank didn't make the cut.
No, there's an A team and a B team. And
was anyone else here invited?
No. Yeah, how come not a
None of you were on the A
I kind of
team.
feel like Frank would have been good enough for like all of us. Like I feel like that.
So you know what he does to make it up for me? He's like, meet me at this place at 7:30. Message him at 7:40. What's your ETA? He's like, I lost track of time, man. We're on our way.
I'm actually shocked. Frank's deciding to open this can of
Got there
worms
at 8:30. Got there at 8:30.
because can we go back to the night before, Frank?
We don't have to talk about
Shall we do that? Should we do that? Me and Frank had dinner plans for Friday evening, 7:00. Ask him. I'll let you know on Friday whether I can do it. I hit him up in the morning time. We on for dinner? We're on for dinner. I'll be there, 7:00. I'm like, okay, great. Shower up, put on something nice. Just as I'm getting ready to head out the door, I'll give you one guess at what happened here for our dinner plans.
Oh my God, Frank!
Last time he played like GameCube or something, so I'm assuming that.
Yeah, hey man, so sorry, not gonna be able to make it.
Was this just a one-on-one dinner?
It was a 4-person dinner, and Frank was carrying half of that load. So him and his wife.
Pretty heavy ask.
Right.
Yeah. So now it's me and my roommate left stranded, and we have to obviously I mean, we got an audible at that point. We can't go
Why?
to the city. I mean, what are we
That
going to
was
do?
what I said.
We're going to go all the way into Manhattan just
all the way to
have dinner, me and him.
Yeah, no. You
So now we're all dressed up with nowhere to go.
will you go back home?
Shout out to Frank. I mean, what are we going to do? So we go and get dinner in Jersey City.
All right.
But it was delicious.
What was the excuse? That's
what was
I'm
the
missing
excuse?
here.
It's busy.
No, seriously. You just 2 minutes ago were giving him crap.
I mean, I don't know why he wanted to open this up. I wasn't going to discuss
I'm
it.
also confused about
I
the
was
idea
liking
of,
the narrative when we skipped Friday. And just
Let's also lastly get into the brief explanation behind the World Trade Center dinner. It's not the biggest restaurant on earth, as it's in the very top floor of the World Trade Center. Limited to 7 people for a reservation.
Wow.
So I made the 7-person reservation, threw out feelers to people, threw it in a couple group messages, and I was like, yeah, we'll probably get a 50% hit rate or so, maybe 4 or 5, and then I'll, work my way through to get to the proper 7. Everyone said yes, and I was like, oh, all right, we're at 7. I kindly explained that to Frank. No worries, man, no worries. Whatever you guys do after, just let me know, and we'd be happy to be there. And so that's what we did.
I was happy to sit at the bar for an hour.
And wait a second. Did you actually see him?
Yes. We hung out for like 3 or 4 hours.
This is hogwash, Frank.
Frank led with like made it up to me, even though it's your birthday.
Frank, you want to be honest, man?
Wait, what?
Being an hour late or bailing completely?
Yeah, I mean, Frank, this is one of the great. I mean, talk about
what a blunder.
Yeah,
what
this is.
I wanted to leave this in the closet. Everything was all good. Frank got me a fantastic gift for my birthday. We were all,
presents.
Wait, did he get you the Switch?
No. But he did give me some Switch games, which was amazing.
Wait, he knew about the Switch?
He was conspiring with my girlfriend who got me the Switch. Yeah, I was actually completely caught off guard.
Wasn't on the initial 7-feeler invite list.
How come we didn't get in on any of this? I mean, I feel like a little bit boxed out here. Yeah, I mean, clearly, sheesh.
On what? On the Switch stuff?
Yeah, I mean,
this was all behind my back. I had no idea about any
contributed to. I mean, I would have wanted to jump in there. I mean, I could have given something.
You would have been like, "Is this what he really wants?"
Frank, Frank, you could have reached out. Hey, we're getting Connor some Switch games or something. I mean, honestly, I wasn't sure if you were actually serious about the present or not.
Me?
Yeah, I thought you were kidding.
Dude, I woke up yesterday morning and my roommate brings out a box of popcorn and a box of Wheat Thins, and he's like, "Here's your gifts from Frank," and I'm like, "What is this?"
From Frank?
Yes,
I love how Frank gets the.
And then I opened the boxes, and there was a Switch game in each of them, both the Zelda games. I was like, "What is this?" I was like, "I don't have a Switch." Get the call from the girlfriend, over in London, and she's just like, "Oh, go into your room, hidden under your bed in like a hidden compartment." I pull it out, present, card. I'm like, this is unbelievable. What's going on right now? I'm in complete shock. Open the present. It is a Nintendo Switch. Going crazy. Made my morning. It was fantastic.
Wow.
I was like, told the
production after you talked.
It really was a production. Like she hid this. I mean, this Switch has been sitting under my bed for 3 weeks, and I had no idea.
Sketch. What if you would have stumbled upon it 2 weeks ago?
It was wrapped, and there was a big card that said "Happy Birthday, Connor," so I probably wouldn't have opened it.
Is it not possible that the roommate deposited it?
That's what I
by
thought.
Her
I thought he might have put it the night before. Why take the risk?
Judging from the fact he gave my gift first, he wasn't really connecting all the dots.
Yeah, he also did say he had no idea about it.
Wait, he thought that he was giving you Wheat Thins for your birthday?
No, he had no idea about the Switch.
Well, then he thought he was just giving you games?
I don't think he knew what was in the boxes.
There, no.
Frank was like, "Don't open the boxes."
Oh, Frank, you delivered the box.
I put the games in the boxes of food.
Wow, this is all so thoughtful. Jeez.
Yes, that's what I said.
That's why I'm a little upset to know they were given
multiple times.
Wow.
Yeah. Frank is upset that like I did open the games first.
I kind of think that's cool. You open the thing and you're like, I don't have a Switch, and then it's like, oh, go here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was pretty great. I can't lie. It was pretty amazing.
For a second, he's like, "Man, Frank's such an idiot. He bought me these games. I don't have the system."
I think that's cool. But Frank, when did you deliver the box of
Saturday night when we met up after they had their nice dinner that I didn't get invited to.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like you guys backdoored your way into a really heartwarming story. Like there's all this like
There's layers.
I mean, geez Louise. I was invited, I showed up late, I bailed, and meanwhile you're delivering like one of the all-time great presents.
Oh, it was all time.
I actually thought your post about the thing I thought was a joke.
No, it was 100% serious.
Oh,
and like it is literally probably the most excited I've been for a birthday present since I got a PSP in 2005.
I thought that was all a joke.
What?
Are we just a joke?
Why?
Am I just a liar?
Oh, because I didn't know. I didn't. This is gonna come off bad, and I don't want it to come off bad. I was just.
Wow, here we go.
I just no.
Please.
I just
Continue.
I just didn't know a 30-year-old would get excited about a Switch.
Oh, wow.
What is that? Is that mean? I mean,
What am I supposed to get excited about? Can we get Rampage back on the phone to explain why video games are great? Like, is this is ridiculous? You want to know how unfitting this is? I'm reading the Harry Potter series right now as well. First time going through them. Just finished the 5th one. Watched that the night before. Get a Switch. So yeah, it almost feels like I'm.
I thought you were going to say that like someone
30.
got you like a pass to wherever he lives, Uberlandia or some shit. Where does he live?
To Hogwarts.
Hogwarts. Oh, I'm going on a trip
He
to
actually lives
Hogwarts.
in London.
We're all dressing up.
Is Harry Potter too nerdy for you?
Yeah.
No,
shit
not too
anything
nerdy.
fantasy.
No, you got the wrong guy. It's just
Go home, watch Billy Madison for the 98th time.
That's a night right there.
You blew it.
That's it. Wait, was that you, Frank, who just did that with the echo?
Well, that's because their mics are open.
Oh,
and
wow.
You have us talk to you from a control
It
room.
actually sounded like you did that with an effect.
Oh. Neat.
Anyway, no, I'm very happy. That is
Honestly,
great.
I was hoping the show wasn't going to run long today, so I could just go home and play my.
No, listen, I was ready. I was just trying to wrap this up. No, this is all great. I just wanted to know basically like why we weren't in on the present stuff, but I guess you guys have your own thing. That's cool.
That's
you
for
think
Frank.
it's all a joke.
That's for Frank to answer.
Would have been like, I'm going to get him some video games. You're like, that's not what he wants.
That's not true.
He wants a bill from the IRS because he's 30 and he's all old now.
A bill from the IRS. What he's referencing, by the way, is after the thing, we're having a little thing, and I was like, oh, that's the. I thought maybe I thought he wanted something else. That's all. I was surprised by the suggestion.
Okay, now we're getting in. Now we're opening
Can
an
we
entire
break
new
another
can
fourth
of
wall?
worms.
Now
we're breaking an entire new can of worms open. The references to Jersey Mike's after the show.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention.
Okay, I mean, so now like what I'm getting this reputation that like Jersey Mike's is my favorite place on earth when it's passable. Okay.
Oh, so I'm right. I was right.
Jersey Mike's. I like Jersey Mike's, but like I mean, is it even making my top 3 favorite sub shops of all time? I mean, probably not.
I feel so much better now.
Am I gonna enjoy the sandwich? Yes, of course.
I need your angle on this now, Hawani.
Okay,
say
I feel
more.
so much.
Say more.
The simpler, the better, is my opinion in these.
Okay, what I thought you were just about to say was that I was being all like, bourgeois because when Frank said, if we're really gonna break this whole thing down, totally bust.
We might as well. Might as well. I mean, let's not waste time. Let's not beat around the bush.
Okay,
Let's get into it.
Okay, let's totally get into it. When it was Frank's birthday, I said we should do something for Frank's birthday. What ended up happening was cake and pizza, which was fine. I thought maybe like a little field trip, the crew gets to go out, which was fine.
A side note,
but it ended up being great.
While we're on Frank's subject, you suggested doing something for Frank's birthday weeks beforehand. Weeks passed. Nothing was planned.
Oh no! I just said, my suggestion was you guys take the ball and run with it.
Exactly.
I was not.
So
we
took the ball and run with it, and you were like,
and that was it. No, it was great. It was his birthday. That's what he wanted. It was nice. It was a nice afternoon. It was on a Wednesday, so Rick wasn't there. Fine. Then, your birthday comes around, and we're like, okay, let's do something. We don't have to talk about my birthday being in between.
I was going to say
nothing
this is a Bricks Hawani combo.
No. Oh, okay. But so that's fine. And then Frank says, we're going to do cake. And then he's like, do you want to do something more? I was like, yeah, let's go out for dinner. Or let's have we don't want to just have cake. So he said, fine, comes back to me with Jersey Mike's. He comes back. And I was like, this is what he wants? Jersey Mike's? Like I was, maybe we, I don't know, something a little bit more, and he's like, well, for whatever it's worth, he was really, I tried to steer him in a different direction. And finally, Frank was like, for whatever it's worth, he was really, really excited at the Jersey Mike's. And I was like, fine. Who am I? It's not for me.
I'm gonna
Wait.
Yeah.
Now we have to no, we have to step in here.
That's what he said to me.
Can I just say something?
Pulling up the damn text.
I feel like there's multiple things happening.
Was Frank
here.
talking out of both sides of his mouth?
One of them is the overrating of Connor's love of Jersey Mike's is clearly happening. Like that's not a real thing.
I wouldn't even say it's love of Jersey Mike's. I mean, it's a good sandwich. I'll eat the sandwich.
Number 2,
he said that you were over the moon at the suggestion.
Number 2,
number 8 club sub. That's over the moon.
Number 2, you Helwani are trying to do this thing where you go, "Oh, I'm fine with it." But then you're not fine with it, and that you can't do that.
Wait,
you're
what?
the guy. You're the guy that's down for whatever. That's not actually
down for whatever. No,
that is
speaking of.
Actually, I'm actually literally offended by this.
Pizza, and then you're like,
are.
well, it's
I'm glad
the
you are
pizza,
because
but I'm okay with it. You're doing a thing.
No.
And now
Rick-
it's like the Jersey Mike's, but you know,
Rick is
maybe-
the actual. I'm down for whatever, and he's down for whatever.
I'm down for whatever. Always.
So that is
we
so
heard-
mean. That
what
is
we
so
heard
mean.
is that Frank was just like, Rick, what do you want from Jersey Mike's? And he was just like, this sandwich. No questions asked.
Yeah.
His diet, on his fasting.
What are you trying to say?
He said if it's between 12 and 8, that works.
Listen, I'm actually the one who's down for whatever. I said, let's go somewhere. Let's go to the place next door. Let's do this. Let's do that.
But you don't want to plan it, and when they choose
Of course I
something,
don't want to
you
plan
have
it.
a problem with it.
No, of course I don't want to plan it. But I'm saying
The only thing I asked for my birthday was I don't want to plan it, so I don't care what we do.
yeah, I don't want to plan it. No, but let it be known that I planted the seed first.
Oh, so you're the think
I get
tank.
I get
If
credit
you
for
don't
the
want
thought.
to plan it, then you don't get to complain about what the result
I
of
do
it
enough
is.
planning around here, all right? Anyone else can plan it. Let someone else book
So
that
now
show.
now you're choosing something. You're
No,
taking a different
I think that's
path
so
I have
mean
bad
what you
news
guys are
for you,
doing.
Ariel.
What you guys are doing is so mean right now. This is this is actually hurtful. I'm hurt right now. I just want to.
I'm not able to produce a Jersey Mike's sandwich for you tonight,
Oh, wonderful.
but we got you a salmon bento box from across the street.
Oh, is that true?
It's true.
Oh, that's great.
So now
Wait.
you can have your cake and eat it too.
Wait, did I get my own?
You got a
Yes.
separate thing.
Yeah.
We all go Jersey Mike's.
Yeah.
You can have a
Exactly
salmon
what we're
bento box.
describing here.
He
That
gets his
place
own
closes at
special thing.
5, so we can no longer go there after the show
I'm
if
so
you keep it going.
happy right now for this bento box. Now, where's it been?
Were you under the impression all day?
It just got picked
No
up
lunch
right now.
either. No lunch either. Were you under the impression you were going to have a bowl from Jersey Mike's this entire
With
day
no
for
onions.
dinner?
No
Yes.
That's a depressing thought.
By the way,
that is a
By the way,
It would have
just,
been the worst company
and just
to
for the
have.
record, I've been looking at the clock this whole time. I'm so hungry right now. I still have this peanut butter cup that I'm trying to.
and you were going to have a bowl of
I'm trying to
lettuce
lick the peanut
and
butter cup in
salami?
between Andy changing cameras over there.
I saw it.
Not right now. Go to the other one. No, not that one. No, 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 definitely not that. When you go to them, I do the peanut butter.
I'm just joking.
Yes, I know you're messing with me. The point is, I was very excited about the. I'm a man of the people. I'm a lunch pail hard hat guy. I was very excited about the
Sounded like it.
the
What's the name of
bowl
the
from
sandwich
Jersey
place?
Mike's.
Okay.
I just thought that your palate was a little more mature. That's all. You know?
I'm not doing a thing, but I'm doing a thing.
That's not a thing. It's
It's
absolutely not
definitely a thing.
All right, fine. Listen,
Whose birthday's next?
I'm not going
Mine.
out for anyone's birthday ever again.
Rick,
Your birthday's
when's it?
coming up like August 2nd or something, right?
My birthday is
Here
on
we
the
go.
day I fly out for Dallas.
Whoa.
Hey, what are you going to Dallas?
yeah, why are you
You're
going to
gonna-
Dallas?
You know, some things.
Is it? Was I right? No, that's August 1st.
First.
Yeah, first. Damn it, close enough.
Nah, pretty good. I'll give you a lot of credit for that.
Because you're usually in like Hawaii or something.
I've been in Hawaii for my birthday for sure.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's nice.
It ain't bad.
I feel like we got a lot of stuff out here. We work.
Yeah,
we workshop.
You said
do
you'll
a
never
lot.
go out for anyone else's birthday. The good news is we haven't been out for anyone's birthday yet.
When did I say I was never going out for anyone's birthday?
Just like 30
I'm
seconds.
seconds.
oh no, I'm the one who says we should go out. I was the one
No,
who
I
was
know, that's what I'm
disappointed by
saying.
the pizza. I said we should have gone to the urban whatever place next door. And
The urban whatever place.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
called Manhattan.
no. The name of the place is
Urban Space.
Yes,
Urban
yes,
Space.
yes.
We all know. Well, now they all close. It's kind of depressing in there at night.
All right, fine.
Wall Street. Wall
more
Street
de-
becomes a ghost
What's
town.
more depressing, the Urban Space after 6:30 p.m. or a bowl from Jersey Mike's?
On the 15th.
Guys, we're about to eat Jersey Mike's. That's
on the
not like
on the 15th floor.
No,
and then There's no one there.
Listen, like I said.
Wait,
a
did you
Jersey
guys
Mike's
find
sandwich is
out what
quality.
my order was and everyone was making fun of me behind my back? Is that what happened?
no. Nobody
I
gave
did
it
tell
1
everyone
second of thought.
your reaction to Jersey Mike's.
I
On a
didn't-
separate, there's a separate text thread
There's
without
a
me.
No, it's in-person communication. I didn't make fun of your order. I just sort of had sympathy for you. I didn't even know they made bowls at Jersey Mike's.
I mean,
someone is going to
Frank.
Someone is going to come to the defense of bowls at Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, I mean, let's not slander Jersey Mike's. Who knows?
Listen, I like Jersey Mike's. Passable sub.
You love it, apparently.
Am I going to get it tattooed on my chest?
He wanted the veggie sandwich at the bowl, which is just a salad.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I said I wanted like the
you should just went with
steak. Yeah, fine. It would have been better for the bit. All right, fine. Well, I'm excited about that. Is the bento box here?
Yeah, it's actually
just
here
arrived.
before
Oh
the
my
sandwiches.
God, you guys are staring at it. Can we wrap this up?
That's been kind of the name of the game.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead with your
German
picks.
chocolate. You like German chocolate?
Fuck. At this point, I'll eat anything.
I guess that's all. Like
I feel my stomach sucking up against my spine.
Frank thought he was slick last week. He's just like, didn't you say your favorite cakes are German chocolate cakes? I was like, I've never had one of those. Like, well, I guess we're trying one next week. It's gonna be good times though. It's good. It's nice to have Rick here for
Yeah.
celebrate.
Oh, I didn't get credit for that. Frank wanted to do this last Wednesday. I said, let's do it on a Monday.
That was also
No,
a good
you don't get any credit for that. No,
We're
I don't.
adjacent. We're adjacent as well to the birthday.
for
We're
that.
right next to it.
Yeah. Oh, we
Just
could do
a
a
week
triple
after
header
New
right
Year's.
here.
I'm happy to be here.
By the way, this is not my. By the way, I don't want anything to do. This is not my birthday party. Your birthday is
No,
24
this is
hours removed. My birthday is 2 weeks removed.
That's all right.
You're like the kid
No,
that the parents have
this
to
is not
bring
my
the
party.
present to
I
the
want
other
nothing.
birthday party.
Well, you will have
I've moved
everything
on.
to do with it. What are we doing for Ricky's?
Oh, we'll go to.
Well, he's gonna be in Dallas.
Sandwiches in the Hyatt House?
I don't know. Go with
love
your
it.
picks. What are your picks?
Let's recap the picks from this past week. We did pretty good on the singles, couple flyers miss. It is what it is. We go 2-0 on the parlays. That gets us to a winning week. Nice little bounce back, couple units. Still down big for the year. We all know that, but up 54 all time. And some big hitters. Got to shout them out.
Oh yeah.
Some fantastic bets this week. Honestly, I didn't know if that was the song or you.
I tried to time it. I was a little early.
No, that was nice. All right. The biggest hitter of the week was easy. No brainer. At Matty39. 13 for 13. Hits them all. $5 into 2,358. I can't even imagine the nerves you had to have when Mayra Bueno Silva got out there and then got that choke in the second round. I would have gone absolutely crazy. Another one. Pablo B. 724. Shout out to Pablo. Just a single here, but man, an absolute dart. Nazim Sadikov by submission and round 2 turns $20 into 660. So shout out to him. Another one, back-to-back weeks for our guy Prop Sniper. He makes it 2 weeks in a row. Had to shout him out. He goes Junyoung Park by submission plus 1,200, $208 into 2,500. And then he was confident, man, on that JDM fight going long. He takes fight to start round 2, fight to start round 3, and the fight to go to a decision. He wins over $600 on that one. So shout out to him, man. When you're confident, you're confident. Just a couple more here. BWFC Owen. Shout out to him. Plus 10,649. Just 3 simple picks. Aylin Perez by decision. Evan Elder by decision. Jack Della Maddalena by decision as well. $1 into £1 into 106. So shout out to him. That is some fantastic picks. And then last but not least, Michael Aquin. He goes Francisco Prado to win by KO, JDM to win in round 3 or decision, and Mayra Bueno Silva to win by submission. That gets it to plus 7,400, turns $10 into 750. Fantastic bets right there. And shout out to everyone that hit.
Well done.
Good bets for a UFC Apex 77 card.
Yes. And it is on to London. Do they call it like London. UFC London like 20-something or something like that? Or they just call it UFC London? I forget. Are we counting these London cards?
I feel like it's UFC Fight Night London. That's all it is.
They don't number them?
I haven't seen any numbers. I'm just calling it UFC London.
Yeah, I just like, how do you then distinguish, right? Like, what's the difference between this one and last year and then the year before?
Then it would be like UFC Fight Night Aspinall versus
I think
Ty
it'd be cool if it was like UFC London 4. UFC London 5.
I think it'll be UFC Fight Night Aspinall Type Bureau.
All right. That's what it is. We're out of time. We have big celebrations to get to. I do want to say before we go, and I mentioned this at the very top of the show, our dear Andy is going off to start her growing family. And I just want to thank her for everything. She's obviously coming back. I hope she's coming back. I'll be heartbroken if she does. Take all the time you want. You know, in Canada, maternity leave is a year.
Wow.
Yeah. So
not here.
Yes. But I'm Canadian, so I'm happy to. I don't know if the powers that be would honor that, but I'm happy to honor that if you want me to.
This is a really big combo party then.
This is a
Your
big
birthday,
party.
My birthday, Rick's birthday. Andy's about to have a child.
My dad's birthday.
My nephew's birthday is
Carol's birthday. I mean, there's just a lot.
And what better way to celebrate it than with a couple Jersey Mike subs?
Jersey Mike.
And bowls.
Shout out.
And it doesn't get much better than that. I don't think the bowl's coming because you got the bento.
I can't wait for that. Let me just say, been doing this show since 2009. Greatest TD we've ever had is Andy. She has added a ton. You will be very missed, but we are very, very happy for you. And we wish you all the best, and we can't wait to hear how it all goes down. So go get them.
Thank you, guys. I'll miss you guys too.
Yes.
But I'll be back.
Yes.
I will be back.
But we're just we're excited for you. So this is a great thing, and you are the best one that has ever sat in that chair, and we appreciate you very much. So wanted to end the show on that note, and I can't wait for Wednesday. We'll be back on Wednesday to do it all over again. But for now, it is time to say goodbye. Yes, it is time to say goodbye. What a fun day. My wife is texting me right now. Do you think she thinks that I'm on the air or not? It's just it's a stream of texts at the moment.
No.
All kinds of plans.
Did you tell her that you were hanging out afterward?
No, I didn't. I didn't know what to think. I wasn't sure if this was like a quick, grab the sub and go out on our way.
Sign here that you received your sub. Please leave.
I wasn't sure what the situation was, but I'll have to inform. 5 days I get to pick up my kids. No, 6 days. My boys. Can't wait for that. That's gonna.
Did
be
they send you a letter for your birthday?
It was in advance. They
Nice.
weren't sure how to time it, so I got it like on July 1st or something like that. Which it was the thought that they were trying to beat me to the punch. It was very nice.
That was nice.
Anyway, it is time to go. What a fun day it has been. Thank you very much to everyone who has tuned in. Thank you to all our great guests. How about Francis Ngannou? Big things coming for him October the 28th. Can't wait for that. Thank you very much to Michael Venom Page. How about that? A new free agent story to follow. We haven't had a fun one like that in a while, so it kind of came out of nowhere. Very exciting stuff. Thank you to Maycee Barber. Congrats to her on the upcoming win. How about Rampage Jackson? Congrats to him on everything going on in his life. And what about Mayra Bueno Silva? A new contender at 135 is born. Looking forward to seeing what she does next. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. So this is peace.